popping, no more complaining. If you dey live for Kenya, oh, anywhere in Africa, oh, make you dey pop anything, cause I'm not popping. We driving Ferrari, oh, cruising Bugatti, oh, we rocking Versace, oh, forever and ever, eh. We going higher, oh, no go retire, oh, so we getting paper, oh, this is my desire.
Do it all again.
King Saga. Just another track. You know how we do, right?
Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, siku zaenda.
Si eres llama, vamos llama. Si eres fala, vamos fala. No tem por qué te largas. Si no te vale, te mambo, pero toca. Sí, ya no me quedo pra dormir, baby. Mas querer que se o amor já foi, então foi a volta. Nosso love assim fica lá.
Come on my knees, baby please. Push animalize, take it easy. Girl, you got me missing your body. I hope you ain't kissing nobody. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda.
Si eres llama, vamos llama. Si eres fala, vamos fala. No tem por qué te largas. Si no te peito tem sentimento pra andar. Sí, ya no me quedo pra dormir, baby. Mas querer que se o amor já foi, então foi a volta. Nosso love assim fica lá.
Mapenzi ya dhati yashatubana, na harufu ya muziki ishatuzingira. Siku ikisiringi dondosa. Oh yeah baby come closer. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda, na siku zaenda. I wanna do it all again with you. We can fall in love again. I wanna do it all again. Dance with you. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda. Kwetu alishakupenda, kwako nilisha sarenda. We ain't got no time, siku zaenda, na siku zaenda. Kwetu alishakupenda, push animalize, take it easy. Girl, you got me missing your body. I hope you ain't kissing nobody. Kwetu alishakupenda. siku zaenda.
Oh baby, no get shit, baby, no get shit, baby, no get shit. Magwachu kushare na watu sitaki. Oh baby, boda yangu vipini pande mishikaki. Siwezi, basi no get shit, baby, no get shit, baby, no get shit. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tu. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tu. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tu. Unanipaga furaha ukiniacha utanipa jakalaro. Nipe mimi kwengine we useme no. Shinde ibilisi kwenye kichwa chako. Ni mwenzako mkiwa baba, mkiwa wa mapenzi baba. Usinione nalia sana, nalilia mapenzi. Ni mwenzako mkiwa baba, mkiwa wa mapenzi baba. Usinione nalia sana, nalilia mapenzi. Chochote tachoniambia mimi nitarithia baba, hata ukiwa mbali nitasubiria. Basi nogeshe, baby, nogeshe, baby, baby, nogeshe. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu. 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 Tusiwe lesoni na ibanda kisa kosa. Presha kupanda kushuka kisa nini? Mimi mwenzako nakupenda na furahi. Nivike pete ya roho isiyotoka. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu. Raha tupu kupendana na wewe, raha tupu.
My lover, Saganimana. Chérie, toute mon âme se consume à t'aimer. Tu es mon unique pensée, oui ma belle. My lover, depuis que tu es à moi, Kachwa, Nanazo Kachwa, Banda Kumayanga, Nanazo Kachwa, Kachwa. Depuis que tu es à moi, Nanazo Kachwa, mama. Nanazo Kachwa, Banda Kumayanga, Nanazo Kachwa, Kachwa, Nanazo Kachwa. Baby, sans toi je perdrais toute ma raison. Je serais comme un corps sans mot thème. Qu'importe les embrouilles. Chérie, t'auras toute mon affection. Je t'aime sans me retenir. Ma place est auprès de toi. Ne t'inquiète pas mon amour, on va vivre tous les jours comme la dernière fois. Depuis que tu es à moi, Kachwa, Nanazo Kachwa, Depuis que tu es à moi, Kachwa, Nganazo Kachwa, Bando Kumayanga, Nganazo Kachwa, Kachwa, depuis que tu es à moi, Nganazo Kachwa, Mama, Nganazo Kachwa, Bando Kumayanga, Nganazo Kachwa, Kachwa, Nganazo Kachwa, Nganazo Kachwa, Mama, Nganazo Kachwa, Bando Kumayanga, Nganazo Kachwa, Mama. Si j'étais une larme, je naîtrais de tes yeux pour caresser ta joue et mourir sur tes lèvres. Depuis que tu es à moi, Kachwa, Nganazo Kachwa, Bandoko Mayanga, Nganazo Kachwa, Kachwa. Depuis que tu es à moi, Nganazo Kachwa, Mama, Nganazo Kachwa, Bandoko Mayanga, Nganazo Kachwa, Kachwa. Oh yeah, yeah, Kachwa.
Big ways, 5 days, 10 days. I don't dare wait for you, my charge. For you, my charge. You want the phone? No case. I no go talk. Scarface for you, my charge. For you, my charge.
Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3.
masaa tunasonga, east to west, they know who we are. Niko na style unapenda, nasema natenda, najitolea. I'm always here for you, anywhere with you. Let's fall in love again, make our dreams come true. You can, I can too. You're my star, yeah. I know we know it's time is to shine for the world. You're my star, yeah. I know we know it's time is to shine for the world. Go on, shine then. Keep on shining. Usiache, keep on shining. Usiache, keep on shining. Usiache, keep on shining. Natumai, najituma, future yangu naifungua. Niko na uwezo wa kwenda, so mbele naenda, najijua. Oh, I'm always here for you, anywhere with you. Let's fall in love again, make our dreams come true. You can, I can too. You're my star, yeah. I know we know it's time is to shine for the world. You're my star, yeah. I know we know it's time is to shine for the world. Go on, shine then. Usiache, keep on shining. 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 Usiache, keep on shining.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to just request for all of us who are standing, if we can all have our seats so that now we can be able to start off our program. And before we can start it off, we want to make sure that we can be able to start with a word of prayer. At first, I'd like to call, if we have a Muslim brother or sister who would like to come forward and lead us in Muslim prayer, if there would be any amongst us who would like to have that opportunity to come forward. There's one, just kindly raise your hand, and then now we can be able to give you that opportunity to just come forward, lead us in a Muslim prayer. I can see that we are predominantly Christians in the house. All right, yes, please. Let's appreciate her. She comes forward to lead us in a Muslim prayer. Thank you, glad to have you.
I'll start with the surah, a verse from the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Fatiha. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I wish everyone a great day today. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will be leading us in the Christian prayer. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to say thank you for this day that you've given us. We pray that you may guide us, give us your insight, go before us, protect us on every side. Bless all the captains of industry that are here, and may we continue the good work that we're doing in the Silicon Valley as we keep in step with the digital transformation and as we grow with Safaricom and in line with the theme that we're going to secure innovation, unstoppable growth. We pray all this in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen and amen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you'd be so kind, just to stretch your hand to the person seated next to you, give them a nice, firm handshake, look at them eyeball to eyeball, and tell them, welcome to the Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. Great. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates that are here, captains of industry, please, we would like to welcome each and every one of you to the Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit, where our theme is secure innovation and unstoppable growth. To our online viewers, we are glad and honored to have you here with us. Please make sure that you can be able to engage with each and every one of us on the social media handles that we have prepared. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to make sure that we can be able to delve into the sector-specific security strategies and also the focused innovations. We have a fantastic program that has been lined up for you, from expert panels to seasoned speakers who are going to guide us on this conversation of AI and also compliance. Just a bit of housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. The laboratory is just right down on the hall. That's my extreme left. That is where you can be able to find the restrooms. And we are just trying to encourage our delegates, if we can be able to have our phones on silent. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are advancing rapidly in this digital space. And that is why we are coming together as a team to make sure that we can be able to focus on our theme today: secure innovation, unstoppable growth. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a summit that is bringing the captains of industry in cybersecurity and technology together so that now we can be able to safeguard the organizations against the evolving threats that are there. So today, delegates who are here, for the ones who are watching us online, we are not only protecting data, but we're empowering Kenya enterprises to innovate and grow. And I need to say that again, and grow with confidence. Some of us have been asking, what is the Wi-Fi passwords? For the ones who are here, our Wi-Fi, to access it, please, you can be able to check Safaricom Cybersecurity. Safaricom Cybersecurity. Our password, which is quite significant for us at Safaricom, is Safaricom at 24. Some of us are asking why 24. It is because we are celebrating at Safaricom, we're celebrating 24 years of transforming and connecting the lives of Kenyans. I would like to ask one simple thing. If you could be able just to take out your phone, kindly take out your phone, make sure that you can be able to access Safaricom Cybersecurity. Password is capital S, Safaricom at 24. And as we do that, ladies and gentlemen, please, let's put a round of applause for Safaricom. Let's appreciate them for 24 years of transforming and connecting the lives of Kenyans. As you have your phone out, if you'd be so kind as just to take a very nice, lovely selfie, a picture of the room, a picture with someone that you were seated next with, just feel free to take. We want to make sure that we can be able to push 300 hashtags on social media at the same time. So please do make sure that you can be able to do that. Our hashtag for today, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hashtags. The first one is Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. Then the other hashtag is Grow with Safaricom Business. Fantastic. Yes, let's get the pictures in. Let's get the selfies in. Let's make sure that we can be able to celebrate together this 24 years of transforming the lives of Kenyans. And let's make sure that we can be able to do that together. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we also want to proceed now to the opening remarks. But before even I do that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Business Enterprise Officer who is right here with us. This is none other than Cynthia Kropak. Please, let's appreciate her with a round of applause. Cynthia, we are glad and honored to have you here. We appreciate the fantastic strategic work that you do in this organization. Now, to give us the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, and also give us an emphasis on the importance of the summit is a leader whose strategic approach to security operations and has been pivotal in enhancing the company against emerging threats. This individual, ladies and gentlemen, brings definitely a wealth of knowledge and wisdom when it comes to having extensive experience in safeguarding organizations against the evolving cyber threats. He has been at the forefront of pioneering security strategies and also making sure that we can protect our critical business infrastructure. He is the Chief Corporate Security Officer at Safaricom PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Mr. Nicholas Mulila as he comes forward to give us his remarks. Welcome, Mr. Mulila. We are glad to have you here, and thank you once again.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Today sounds like we are not too excited for such a great day. And I want to say, I want to start again. Good morning, everyone. Just show me by show of hands that we are happy today. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. So today is about secure innovation, unstoppable growth. And I like the word unstoppable growth because when you talk about unstoppable growth, it means multiple innovations. And I know as we sit here today, we have millions of people who are innovating out there. They are looking for products and services that are going to transform organizations, that transform the way we do business, and almost more or less the way we live. And therefore, as those innovations are coming through, we here also have a great duty to support that innovation. And the only way you can support that innovation is to make sure that all those services that go out there, everything that we do is safe, secure, and private. That's what we call in Safaricom, safe, secure, and private. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm really honored to stand before you. Standing before you, not because I am the expert, not because I know everything, but because I know that there's power of collaboration. And the moment we sit here together for these 2 days to discuss ideas and collaborate together, I am sure we'll come out with more or less very, very good ideas, the strength of purpose, the strength and ideas that will then be able to safeguard not only organizations, but those customers that we serve every day. And one of the greatest issues that is pressing Kenyans today is the area of financial services. And that's what we'll be talking about today, financial services. Just looking at some of these instances that we've been seeing over the year, it's been reported by the CA that they recorded 860 million instances. And 90% of those were all geared towards financial services. And there are just two reasons why it's 90%. It is 90% because financial services is where the cash is, and therefore people want to make money. That's the first thing. The second thing is for you to access financial services, most of the time you must give your personal identifiable information. And I think what everybody looks out for today is data. That data, you can use it either for good purposes in terms of innovation, and I know it's used a lot in terms for innovation purposes, or just for the, basically for the wrong reasons. And therefore, you find that as we sit here to innovate, to think about the best ways to safeguard, our resources, in the same way someone else sitting out there, and also innovating how they can actually make more money out of those innovations. And therefore, we'll be talking about building a resilient cybersecurity culture. And I think I want to talk about culture because whenever you start a program like this, you'll always find there's a lot of customer awareness around it or employee awareness. You want to continue to build customer trust and everything else, and you want to make this one a day-to-day, kind of life. So you wake up every day. They said, there are the things that you know you need to do every other time to safeguard yourselves, but also to safeguard your customers. One of the things that I never stop saying is that cyber security risk specifically, it is real. You are going to get an attack, whether you like it or not, and therefore you only have to do two things. Number one, totally minimize the impact of any incident that can be successful. But also number two, ensure that whenever it happens, for whatever reason, if it happens, then you're able to recover immediately. So basically resilience, and we must continue to invest. And the reason why we have been doing this every year, I think from last year, this particular summit, is the realization that as an organization, we cannot secure everyone. We must work together with our partners. We must work together with everyone to make sure that we have a cyber secure world. We have done a lot of work in as far as working closely with the financial institutions is concerned. There is still a lot to go. If I look at the distance covered so far, very good distance, but there's a longer distance even to cover. And therefore, for us to make sure that we continue to serve our customers in a secure manner, we have been having these meetings. I think they have been quite effective. And in those meetings, we sit, discuss, we talk about what we are seeing in the environment, but most importantly, we actually co-create controls together. So we discuss and say, what must we do as a team? Even during these meetings, I'm happy to say we collaborate very, very closely, even with our competitors, because it's important to make sure that the customer is safe. And what I like most is some of those controls that we have co-created together have become so strong, first of all, in helping us to even innovate more, number one, and also helping us to grow customer trust. And that's why we are here today and tomorrow, to co-create, to share ideas, to share knowledge. And at the end of the day, I think, and I do believe, we need to come out of here with a very strong rallying call. I was talking to some of our partners this morning, and one of the things that we were thinking about is how do we actually grow as fast as possible? How do we, basically blow this thing? Because if you look at what is happening across the globe today, digitalization is here with us. It is the future. And therefore, how do we make sure that going forward, in whatever is being done, we are going to help our customers deliver secure and safe products and services for our customers? So mine today was to welcome you to this summit for these particular 2 days. I hope we are going to be very open in our conversations. I hope we are going to share ideas, and I hope by the end of the day, we'll have a strong rallying call, for the coming year. And I do also hope that as we go on, these 860 million incidents that we have seen, and we know they will grow into their billions, all of them, none of them will succeed going forward. And I think that's why we are here today. I just want to welcome all of us. Please feel free. To my colleagues, I know it's been a long time of preparation, and I'm sure we are ready to collaborate with all of us. The key thing is collaborate to make sure that we innovate and deliver unstoppable growth. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That is our Chief Corporate Security Officer at Safaricom PLC, Mr. Nicholas Mulila. Let's appreciate him one more time with a warm round of applause. We absolutely appreciate what you've shared, and we agree with you that we need to remain resilient, and that is actually very, very key. And thank you also for giving us also that background on how many organizations have been hacked, and especially in the financial sector. So definitely, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be in step with the sentiments that have been shared by Mr. Mulila. To the delegates that are here, please, would like to kindly request if you can please push forward and occupy the seats that are right here in front. We've made sure that we've aligned these seats ready for you. Just save for the front row that is designated to our speakers and key team. But for us, please, if you'd be so kind as to do so and just come and move forward. And even as we get ready to also move forward and occupy the front row seats, let me see by a show of hands, how many believe and can attest to this particular theme of collaboration that secure innovation will bring unstoppable growth? Let me see by a show of hands. How many can attest to that? Fantastic. I'll ask you one more thing. If you believe in that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask all of us to be upstanding. Let us all rise to our feet. Let us all rise to our feet. This is the beautiful thing when you work together with Safaricom and our partners. You get a certain and nice traction in this particular market. For the ones who can be able to see me at the back, this is what I want you to do. I want you to move your knees forward and back, forward and back. So when the left knee goes forward, the right goes back. All right, forward and back. That is the movement that we want to have in the market. Let me see you move with me, forward and back, forward and back. Then get your shoulders there. All right? And then put your hands here. You know, get your shoulders in there like we're charging to the market. All right? You business people, you know the one that you're chasing after that PO and proposal? Okay? Now click your fingers like this as your knees are moving and the shoulders are moving. Yes, this is how we are going to bring that unstoppable growth. And in 3, 2, 1, I want you to take it down and up. Take it down and up, take it down and up, down and up. Ladies and gentlemen, another thing that is going to happen is that your phone will not stop ringing when you partner with Safaricom and also engage the various partners that are here. So I want you to take out your hand like this. This is your pinky finger and the thumb. That is your phone, all right? So we're putting it down like this, bring it up. Down, bring it up. Yes, to more offices opening because our offices are secure. And up to more proposals that are getting there. Oh, yes, there's a company that took an entire infrastructure on cybersecurity and take it down. Or they were able to engage with Cloudflare, down and up. Make sure that your facial expression is okay because we are taking photos here. All right, fantastic. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, what we do as a business in Safaricom is that as we celebrate the 24 years of supporting Kenyans and working with them and also connecting them, we have been able to take people from one level to another level, and this is how we're going to do it. Both hands from the bottom like this, and you put it there, hold it there, take it down, and put it there. One more time, take it down, and put it there. And as we usually say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is best done with music. Mr. Director, give us that song. Get the knees there. The traction that we are getting. Secure innovation. Put your hands there. Get the shoulders in. And charge. And click the fingers. Nice. Secure innovation. In 3, 2, 1. Take it down. Down and up. Down and up. Down and up. Okay. Down and up. Down and up. Let's go. Down and up. Down and up. Check out your phone out there. Put it down. All right, take it down and up. Yes, you're able to talk to the Safaricom team. Yes, simply approve the proposal, all right? We'll build this infrastructure. We're talking to Trend Micro, Fortinet, and Cloudflare. All right, let's take it from the bottom. And put it there. 24 years, let's go. And put it there. All right, from the bottom. And put it there. One more time from the bottom. Put it there. Thank you, Mr. Director. Please give a high five to the person standing next to you and tell them I'm a better dancer than you. And before you have your seats, please do move forward. Let us move forward. If you have a row that is empty, that is right in front of you, please feel free to occupy the seats that are there. We celebrate collaboration, and definitely we can be able to achieve more. I'm hopeful that even our online guests, you'll stay engaged with us as we continue with the discussions and also with the dancing. Please do jump in, and we'd like to do this together. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go to our keynote speech on the future of digital payment security in the era of AI, offering a vision of securing digital transactions in an increasingly AI-driven world. To guide us on this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, is a known thought leader who is very passionate when it comes to being an advocate of data security, and he is dedicated to empowering business to make sure that they can be able to safeguard their digital infrastructure, while at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, navigating the ever-evolving landscape. He is a strategic, deep thinker when it comes to cybersecurity, and he's been able to lead CISA InfoSec to remarkable growth across the Europe, Middle East, Africa region. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to bring on stage the Vice President of Business for the Europe and Middle East Africa region at CISA InfoSec company. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Ramakrishnan Balagopal as he comes forward. We are glad to have you here, a thought leader, strategic leader, and we're looking forward to your remarks. Welcome once again. Glad to have you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Thank you. The presentation is up there, and first of all, my name is Gopal. I got a pretty long name there, but you can call me by my name, Gopal. And I am the VP for Sales of Business for CISA, and I basically am based out of Dubai. I'm here on invitation by Safaricom. Thank you so much, Safaricom, for inviting me here and being a part of this keynote of this wonderful session. And today I'd be presenting the future of digital payment security in the era of AI. I think the theme itself for Safaricom today's session is about how do we secure innovation and with the unstoppable growth that we are looking at. I think AI is contributing a lot to both the aspects, which is the securing the innovation as well as bringing the unstoppable growth. So everything has two sides of a coin, basically the good and the bad. So AI comes with the good as well as with the bad. So I just wanted to cover those aspects today and how AI impacts the digital payment industry per se. And as Nicholas mentioned, the easiest target today is the financial industry. That's where the money is, and everybody is eyeing the financial industry. Just to brief about CISA. So CISA is a 16-year-old organization and predominantly working on the financial space. We have been securing organizations in terms of the compliances, in terms of making sure that the security aspects are covered. We offer end-to-end solutions for that, and we've been working with Safaricom in the capacity of a PCI QSA assessor. We've been helping Safaricom with the PCI DSS certifications I think for the past 3 to 4 years. So I'll start with my presentation. Hope you can see my screen. Yeah, so with CISA, right, it's about 16 years that we've been in the industry. So we have seen the evolution of digital payment. We have started with the card systems, and over the year, we have seen mobile wallets being introduced. In fact, I was in Kenya for about 9 to 10 years back, and I was pleasantly surprised to see M-Pesa being used so widely that it was something new for me when I came to Safaricom, to Kenya last year, about 9 years back. And that was when I started seeing that the advent of mobile wallets or mobile payments being done. And ever since about 9 years, or it's about 10 to 15 years that we have been seeing through this, today the advent, it's progressed so much so that, talking about, just to cover that, the financial industry as such, it's going to be valued around $24 million. 24 trillion by 2030, I'm sorry about that. And just to cover the technology as well as the business side of it, on the technology front, we have seen the digital wallets or mobile wallets coming in place. We also have seen the contactless payments coming into place. And we are actually expecting the mobile wallets itself to touch about 120 trillion in terms of transaction value, and the contactless payment itself to touch about 10 trillion in transaction value. But that's on the technology side. But on the business side, we're also seeing buy now, pay later kind of concepts. I'm sure many of you who are actually doing online transactions or online purchases, today you see that you have 0% interest payment options that are there. So these are all the new concepts that the business are actually evaluating or using the digital payments for. So you'll see that it's the instant payments also coming up in fact, in India, you have something called a UPI, which is Unified Payment Interface. And we see that these kind of applications or these kind of transactions being used widely across. And with the advent of cryptocurrencies and the Bitcoins of the world and the blockchains of the world, so there is furthermore increase in the payment technology that we're actually seeing. And though it's not highly regulated, but the central banks across the globe are also coming out with their own digital currencies as well. So that's the transformation that we're actually seeing in terms of digital payments across. With the digital payment footprint increasing across, it is also opening up the, sorry, I'm not able, okay, I can see it here, sorry. So with the digital payments footprint increasing, we actually now see that there is an escalation of the cyber threats across. And as Nicholas mentioned, that payment industry or the finance sector is the weakest or most prone to cyber attacks because that's where the money is. So today, every 39 seconds, there is a cyber attack that happens. And by this year alone, I think we're expecting the losses to touch close to about 10 trillion in terms of losses that organizations are incurring because of such cyber attacks. And in fact, with the advent of AI, we're looking at around 23 trillion by 2027. So just wanted to cover a few aspects of what AI would actually bring in terms of sorry about that. So with the advent of AI, I don't know how many of you have heard of polymorphic malware. Anyone here has heard of polymorphic malware? So with the advent of AI, we just wanted to, probably will cover three basic aspects of how AI can impact the digital payment industry per se. The first is, with AI, you have the AI-generated threat that's coming in, the ransomware kind of attacks that are coming in, the phishing simulations that are coming in because of the AI. So as mentioned earlier, there is something called polymorphic malware, which is predominantly the likes of the WOMP GPT, you have Fraud GPT, Emotet. So just to tell you what these are, basically, these are malwares that have the capabilities of generating itself, depending on how the nature of defenses are. So just to name a few of them, the characteristics are that the code mutations can happen by itself. If I have a polymorphic malware, like for the example of a Fraud GPT, there's a subscription-based malware that you can actually subscribe to. So today, it's all about the intent. If I have the intent of doing a breach, that's all I need, and you have the solutions available in the market. Is this better? Hello? Hope this is better. Thank you. So with the code mutations kind of software, sorry, I was talking about Fraud GPT, which is basically a subscription-based solution that are available in the dark web, where you can actually, if you have the intent of doing an attack or doing ransomware, you can actually go in there, feed in your requirement, it comes out with the malware that you require. So these are the kind of things that are available in the market and that actually that we need to be very careful about. The characteristics of this typical polymorphic malware are the code mutations. It is capable of doing the code mutation by itself, changing the code depending on the behavior of how the defenses are working. Then it also does a dynamic behavioral analysis, understanding how the behavior of the environment is, and then mutating its own code. And then also the distinctive features of these kind of malware is that it can be used for targeted attacks. So when I say targeted attacks, it can understand the nature of your environment, understand the behavior, and then do targeted attacks. It also has adaptive features which can actually cause a lot of physical damage, the financial damages. And also, as I told you, it is automated. It can reinvent itself, and depending on how the attacks are being stopped by the environment. One of the important aspects of AI is also on the social engineering. I don't know how many of you have heard about this recent attack, or not a recent incident that happened. It was a UK-based firm that was about, in February 2024, it has happened, where a UK-based firm, the CFO sent a mail to an employee in Hong Kong asking for a transfer of about $24 million. It was kept aside, but still after that there was a video call done. The CFO came onto the call, the rest of the employees came onto the call, gave the same instruction to the finance guy in Hong Kong. He did the transfer over 15 transactions to the amount of $24 million, only later to realize that it was all a deep fake video that was used to orchestrate that attack. So it was too late, so that's why the social engineering, AI in social engineering is going to be a very, very difficult thing to tackle today. It is almost like an invisible threat. I'm sure many of us, you would have heard several other stories similar to that. So where the AI is used for phishing simulations and other aspects. So social engineering itself has contributed because of advent of AI, it's about 135% increase this year alone. We have about 70% of the data breaches or data theft happening because of these sophisticated attacks. That means AI was used, deepfake was used, and 70% of the attacks were primarily because of such an attack. And with AI, the deepfake technology itself, we are actually seeing an increase. This year alone has seen about 3,000% increase because of deepfake attacks. So the other problem statement is also about the sensitive data exploitation. Today, one of the biggest challenges faced by the security leaders are basically they don't know where the data is. They don't know how to prevent it, where is it lying. And one of the biggest challenges when the exploitation of data happens, that becomes a challenge. And I think Cynthia was talking about it, that the biggest threat today is about insider. So 60% of the breaches today happen is because of the insider threat. So, and the threat, the data that goes out exploitation is because of the insider threat. So with AI in force, or if I have the ability to have AI, it even makes it easier for me to use AI to exploit the data out. All sensitive data, first of all, as I said, the security leaders do not know where the sensitive data is today, so they're not able to manage the security aspect of it. And with AI, if somebody inside within the organization has the AI, and with the facility of AI, you can find out the vulnerabilities within the system and then exploit this data. And this is, I think, very important for all of us here, is 1 in 5 security leaders have complained that because of the use of ChatGPTs and other AI-enabled applications, a lot of us are actually using those platforms to upload data for presentation or for reporting structures or whatever it means. Some of them even upload codes for transformation. And that is causing a lot of organization to have breach in there, because once you're uploading it, you don't know where the data is going. So 1 in 5 security leaders are complaining about or have actually faced the data breaches because of inappropriate use of the AI tools that are there in the market. And the biggest problem is that the financial impact. So most of the insider attack is actually cost close to about $15 million of losses for the organization. So that's on an average that we've actually seen in the last 1 year alone. So with this complex nature of AI coming in, and it's so difficult to deal with it, I think we, as an organization, we as cybersecurity professionals, also need to improve the cybersecurity strategies that we are actually implementing within the organization. So on one side, you have how to use AI for your businesses, and how to use AI for your cybersecurity, and how to build a cybersecurity also practice around your AI applications. So at CISA, since we do many of these advisory roles to a lot of organizations, so one thing that is, where do you actually implement? How do you use AI for your cybersecurity? Basically, it can be used for advanced threat detection. You have loads and loads of data across. How do you correlate that? How do you make sense out of it? How do you find out what are the threat actors within the organization? AI can be used to efficiently to figure that out. And the second thing would be also the behavioral analysis. So a lot of behavioral analysis AI can be used for behavioral analysis within the organization, within the users, within your customers, just to understand how is the behavior of each and every transaction or any incident that is happening in your environment, and then probably stop it at the bud itself. So the biggest aspect is also the automated response. So once you know that there are threats around, and with AI, trying to figure out that these are the threats, you can actually use it for automated response. Nip it in the bud, stop it right where you find it. It can also be, it can be an L1 kind of a support, but then you can always have a human intervene later to figure out whether it's true or false. But then at least you're stopping it if you find there is an anomaly in the incident that has happened. So the second aspect is how do you actually implement it? What needs to be done? As an organization, again, we advocate. One thing is the cyber hygiene and the training. So if you're implementing any AI solutions, please build a framework of how you want to implement that. It could be for the businesses, it could be for your cybersecurity. Please, I think as cybersecurity professionals, or this is probably for all the security leaders as well, you need to frame your own AI cybersecurity framework. So that is important. I think the regulators have not come out with that framework as yet. They're still trying to understand how it works and what regulations to put in. EU has come out with it, European Union has come out with it, but it's not completely, up to what it should be as today. So, but then it's one step ahead. The second is also the human AI collaboration. So it's just not that you trust AI blindly, you need to validate. So it's basically trust but validate. So that's what we believe in. And last but not the least is the regulatory compliance. So once you have your framework ready and also the regulators come out with their framework, try to ensure that you are actually meeting and complying. Not just complying, but maintaining that compliance also is important for your organization. So as I mentioned, since CISA is also into cybersecurity, we have been offering cybersecurity solutions across to the organization. How are we contributing? Is basically we have a unified compliance platform where we use AI for unified, if you're doing a PCI DSS, or if you're doing ISO, if you're doing SOC 1, you can actually, our AI tool, or basically our unified compliance tool helps you automate that. The second is also on data protection. I told you, data is like a new plastic today. You do not know where your data is. That needs to be prevented. So that's one of the biggest challenges most of the CISOs are facing. So we have actually developed a tool that can actually help you with the data discovery. It comes with AI and ML algorithms as well. And the third is also we have a SIM, we have an MXDR platform where we implemented AI for our fraud detection. We also use it for SOAR capabilities. But last but not the least, something that I want to advocate is also on the training part. So it's important that how you use AI for cybersecurity and using cybersecurity for AI. So CISA has a 2-day or 3-day workshop. In case if anyone is interested, you can always reach out to me. So that's pretty much my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you for that. One of the things that I was mentioning and that really got my attention is on the compliance part. But most importantly, and how we can be able to have this conversation with AI, and it's open to all. And if we put critical information there, then definitely there is a huge possibility that people might breach that information. So we need to stay secure and in step with making sure that we are compliant. Please help me appreciate Ramakrishnan one more time with a round of applause. Thank you for guiding us on that fantastic conversation on the future of digital payments, security in the era of AI. At this point in time, I'd also want to acknowledge and also appreciate our sponsors who are here. We have a NetScout, Cloudflare, Fortinet, Trend Micro, Cisco, TechMinds, Reddington, and also Safaricom business, who definitely have been instrumental in leading the way of these advanced cybersecurity solutions. Additionally, we definitely want to appreciate and acknowledge Copycat for their vital support in bringing together today's impactful sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together and appreciate our sponsors and our partners for their patronage, for their unwavering support, and definitely this summit wouldn't be a success without each and every one of you. So thank you for that. To our online delegates, please feel free to engage us on our social media platforms. We would like to keep engaged with each and every one of you. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go out to a keynote discussion. And this is featuring thought leaders from our platinum sponsors, Cloudflare, and also they have their lovely booth at the back where we can be able to engage with them and also appreciate their value proposition. Please, delegates, let's appreciate with a warm round of applause Cloudflare for their support. And in this session, we're going to delve in a critical topic of cloud-native approach to incidents and also advanced threat protection. To guide us in this conversation and also make sure that we can be able to grasp what they will be offering is a man who goes by this mantra that his career is a true expression of his passion, life, purpose, and creativity. And just like technology is a soaring exercise of human ingenuity. He is a cybersecurity expert, a public speaker, an advisory board member, and a mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Dr. Bright Gameli Maudor as he comes to do the needful and make sure that he can be able to guide us in this next keynote session. Welcome.
That is a lot of pressure. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to see the room being full. When we came in the morning, it was so empty. We're like, are guys going to show up? Have guys go to the office and coming back? But it's good to see everybody here. And thanks for the keynotes as well, opening. Sorry. So we're going to have this conversation in two parts, where I'm going to invite DJ and also Graham to be able to give a keynote to actually have a conversation about Cloudflare. How many of you know who Cloudflare is? Just want to see by hands? Great. How many of you know what Cloudflare is all about? So I think we have some work to do. I think most of you just know DDoS. That's all you know about. But there's a lot of conversation about Cloudflare that we don't know about, which I'm going to invite DJ and Graham to come on stage to give that keynote. After that, after the 20 minutes of the keynote's presentation, we're going to have a fireside chat. Please get your questions ready. So start picking details of what they're going to talk about. We're going to be very interactive. Even all with our online attendees, make sure you also have your questions ready because we're going to be having that kind of interactive session after this. So Graham and DJ, welcome.
Your world used to be simpler. You only had to secure and manage environments that you controlled. Then along came new technologies and new ways to work. Now your people, apps, and networks are everywhere. But with that flexibility comes a loss of control, added risk, poor visibility, gaps in security. That's why we created the first ever connectivity cloud, a unified platform powered by a programmable global network, so you can connect and protect your people, apps, and networks everywhere, at the office and on the road, in data centers, and across every cloud. The connectivity cloud puts you back in control, making your world infinitely more productive and secure.
Good morning. My name is Graham. I'm joined by DJ, and today we're here to talk about something new. We are here to talk about instant security everywhere. And we're going to try and make this not death by PowerPoint. So if there are only three things you remember, we're local, we're consolidated, and we're compliant. But before we talk about that, I want to give a personal story about watching Kenyan innovation firsthand. About 10 years ago, my father and I, we drove from Cape Town all the way to Nairobi, 2 months. And I thought I knew everything that there was to do about driving across East Africa. South Africa is not an easy place to drive. But 10 years ago, Friday, 5 p.m., Nairobi, different kettle of fish. The problem was it was raining, and I was very confident. But a Matatu was more confident. So between the two of us, a Land Cruiser versus a Matatu, I lost. That was my first example of innovation needing to be brought forward. And then come back 5 years later, the expressway. So my hope is that we can start building that next expressway. The problem is, for the last 10 years, there's been an expectation about cloud that you were promised. Cloud was supposed to make you more secure. Cloud was supposed to make everything more secure and simpler to manage. Cloud was also supposed to make things faster. But instead, our users had a worse experience when we started that transformation to the cloud. Our data was more exposed than ever when we moved to the cloud. We were also told that by moving to the cloud, it was expected that it was going to be more cost-effective. It was going to be easier if I moved in that direction. But I think we all learned the hard way. You learned the hard way, that the reality of the situation wasn't the case. But we're here today to, in partnership with Safaricom, talk about how a new cloud, a local cloud, a comprehensive cloud, and a compliant one is different. I'm going to hand over to DJ to talk just about how much we've changed in the last 10 years when it comes to the way we do our business and how the cloud fits in.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is DJ. I'm the Director for Solutions Engineering at Cloudflare for the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. As Nick already mentioned this morning, digital transformation is happening today. If you just go back just a few years, our world was very standardized and simplified. We had a centralized environment, we had our IT in the basement, our users were sitting at our desk, we knew exactly where our data and our applications were. We knew where the boundary was that we had to protect. What happened in the years is that the internet came along and we had to connect people online. The distribution of applications that happened by moving into the cloud, the distribution of users that happened by working from home, by working from a coffee shop, by working from anywhere they could. We moved into the distributed world, where now we see that applications, data is everywhere. CISO don't know where their critical data is. If you don't know where your data is, it's very hard to protect it. So what we need to figure out in this new world is how we can get in control of this distributed world. How can we get the security boundary that we had in the past? How can we get that in this new world? And this is what Cloudflare is all about. Because if you don't have this boundary, you don't know where your threats are. If you don't see what's happening, then you can't protect yourself against it. Everything starts with knowing what's happening so that you can protect yourself against this. The reason why please click Graham. The reason why Cloudflare is very well set up for this is we have a global network. We see all the threats that are happening on the internet. We use this data to protect our customers. It's not that we signal you what's happening. We're not even telling you what's happening. We're protecting you automatically. So Gopal had a great story about polymorphic attacks that are happening in malware. This malware comes out, it's a 0 day. It means that when it hits you, it's the first time ever that it's seen on the internet. This means that you cannot protect yourself in advance. You have to react at the moment in the spot. And that's what we do. We see the internet traffic everywhere, and we protect the users behind our network. We protect the users on our network automatically. So as a business, you have to care about making sure that your important properties are behind Cloudflare. As long as that's the case, then we make sure that you're safe. Please go to the next slide. Oh.
One of the things I want to talk about in the previous slide was that what you just saw was a Cloudflare threat intelligence feed at scale. One of the big points we've realized is in a distributed world, so are the attacks. And what you saw was Kenya being attacked over a 6-month snapshot. I'd encourage all of you after the event, have a pop-up by our booth. There's an interactive touchscreen which you can see for yourself what cyber attacks in Kenya look like. But one of the big takeaways we're seeing at Cloudflare, and I imagine you're starting to feel this as well, attacks are distributed. They no longer are coming from a single place. Behind me is the world's largest DDoS attack. It happened a few weeks ago. Actually, it happened 1 week ago. Typically, large DDoS attacks happen against governments or state entities, or against organizations like Safaricom, very large critical infrastructure. This attack was against a single organization, a single customer of Cloudflare's. It was an automatic detection and an automatic stop. The stats are almost pointless, but I'm going to walk you through them. 4.2 terabits per second DDoS attack. I'd like to ask that question back to you. Would your organization be comfortable having 2 billion packets per second hitting your environment? Because this is a new reality. This is not hypothetical. This is where we are going when it comes to these DDoS attacks. And the takeaway we found is that there is no single piece of hardware. There is no single amount of investment you can put in one place that can stop the future of attacks. It has to be distributed. You have to stop the attacks at the source. So how do we do that? How does an organization like Cloudflare stop a 4.2 terabits per second attack? DJ, if you can walk us through the Cloudflare network.
So when we talk about 4.2 tera, as Graham mentioned, the numbers are unfathomable, right? So 3 weeks ago, we had a 3.8 terabit attack, and last week, 4.2. If you go back, the biggest attack last year was 216 gigabits. So it went times 20 in just a year. This morning, we heard about unstoppable growth for companies. Unstoppable growth is also happening on the attacker side. So we have to make sure that we ramp up with these attackers. Cloudflare does that by having a global network. We can protect a 4 terabit DDoS attack because we have a 296 terabit network globally, which is growing. We don't bring this data to a central point and there we clean it. We clean it at the edge of our network. We're in over 330 cities in 120 countries. And what really makes Cloudflare different is that we have every single product that we sell in every single location. In a bit, you will hear about the services that Cloudflare offers, but what's really important to understand, and where we're really differentiating from anybody else in the market, is that every single dot that you see in this map will have a full portfolio. And in a bit, we'll dive into what that means for Africa and what it means for Kenya. But the fact that it's local means that you will have performance locally. It means that you have insights locally. It means that you have to control locally.
So let's talk about that every product, because this itself, I'm going to ask you to challenge the way you know about clouds today and think about it from a Kenya first perspective. Typically, when you think about cloud, you'll have different technologies running on different parts of the network. At Cloudflare, when we're asking to work with us, we're asking you, do you want to have a web application firewall or a DDoS or a zero trust equally distributed in every one of these 330 POPs? Whether you're in Nairobi, Mombasa, America, this technology is equally sitting in every location. Why that matters so much is that as organizations, we have become bigger. We have become distributed. And the problem we need to solve is that we need a connectivity platform that sits on top of all of this. Where do my public clouds sit? Where do my users sit? Where do my remote users sit? Where does my data center sit? We're no longer able to centralize everything. We may be losing the TV shortly here. But the real problem Cloudflare is looking to solve is that in the next 10 years, you are going to be more distributed. You're going to need security across that distribution. And the way we're thinking about doing it is a collection of different services solving different problems. Bright mentioned an important point. Most of you know us for DDoS. That is something we are incredibly powerful at. But we're also good at protecting applications, APIs, banking and login pages. We have 62 different security services across our stack, all designed to fix different business outcomes. Aside from the application services on the left-hand side, we also do a huge amount of work in protecting networks. Beyond the networks, where is the biggest threat? Well, it's where the users are, those employees, those corporate devices. We're going into IoT, the emails and the inboxes. Imagine a platform empowered to protect you at scale, but from a single dashboard, from a single pane of glass. That is the journey that we think more and more businesses are going to start wanting to adopt. Moving from best of breed to best of suite. Less, but better. We see this in other players already, and I can see several friendly Cloudflare faces, customers of ours in the audience. Some of you are already on this journey. But the important takeaway is, beyond security, there is a massive commitment towards performance. We're within 50 milliseconds of 95% of the world's connected internet. 50 milliseconds. That means that when you move to a platform like ours, there is no trade-off between security and performance. And I think that's something that's really, it's always been a mental problem. More security, my user experience drops. But does it need to be that way for the future? So over to DJ to answer the question, it sounds great, but can Cloudflare fit into my environment, or is it only for a very specific few?
So what's important to understand when it comes to architecture is that Cloudflare fits into any existing architecture. We sit between where your users are, where your applications are, where your customers are, and the data centers, the on-premise, and the hybrid cloud. You can start with one service and expand that over time, or you can start with multiple servers at the same time. But what's important to understand is that to start with Cloudflare is relatively simple. To bring a website behind Cloudflare is a 5-minute job. To bring users on top of Cloudflare is just within 30 minutes, you can achieve that by integrating the IDP. So what's important to understand is that getting on top of Cloudflare is a very simple and standardized approach. And this will really help you to set you up for the future and for next growth that you will make. To add on the previous slide that we saw with all the products, although we have products for users, for network, for applications, it's really important to understand this is all coming from a single dashboard with a single pane of glass, all with a single set of analytics and logging. So where in the past you had to correlate all your data from different sources, draw some conclusions on what's happening on your network and take action on that, a large part of that work we're doing for you, and we're correlating across your network what's happening. So if we look at what's happening here in Africa, we have massively invested here in the region. We are the only cloud provider that has 45 data centers within Cloudflare, within Africa, and these are spread out over 29 cities. Especially the larger cities, we make sure that we have 2 or 3. What's really important to understand is we have 6 here in Kenya. We have 4 in Nairobi and 2 in Mombasa, which means that when you onboard your company, your users, your customers on top of Cloudflare, you will have local performance. Your people will have the experience as if they were working in a local data center.
I think it's quite important to hammer home this point. We've always been told that if we want to move to the cloud, our data is going to move outside of the country. My user experience is going to get worse. The pricing is not being considered for an African market, for a Kenyan market. What this slide really represents is all of the things I covered at the beginning, all of the expectations being more disappointing than the reality. I think it's time that we can finally flip this around. The reality can exceed your expectations. If I'm a customer wanting to do a transaction through an API in Kenya, why should my request leave Kenya? If I'm wanting to see the website of your mobile application, why should that not be stored locally? If one of those data centers were to fail, why isn't there high availability? Why isn't there a backup in Kenya? So that locality, a comprehensive portfolio, and the compliancy and privacy-first approach is something that we're really bullish about. I want to finish off with something that our CEO told us whenever he has to make an incredibly expensive decision. Now, for the record, Cloudflare is not an incredibly expensive purchase, but the framework behind why they make big decisions is interesting. The first, if I'm going to move to a new platform or change the way I'm doing something, it needs to be a strategic opportunity that's being opened up for my business. I truly think Cloudflare and the Safaricom combination can do that. Secondly, if we're going to make a big purchase, you better be de-risking my business significantly. Because the trade-off of picking a small solution is that my employees have to deal with more dashboards, more licenses, more overhead away from their core competencies. So you have to massively de-risk it if we're going to make a significant investment. And the final one is this going to be more expensive or more cost-effective over the lifetime of the contract if I go in this direction versus the other direction? We were told that Kenya is on a path towards unstoppable growth. We are incredibly confident that with Safaricom, we have the platforms and the packages that is going to make tremendous savings over time. So if you're curious to learn more, or you want to benchmark, speak to Safaricom Business. Have a chat. We're next to each other. We're now neighbors. Safaricom is now our Africa office for East Africa. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Banks today are burdened with legacy infrastructure and face frequent cyber attacks. These challenges harm the customer experience, limit agility, and put data at risk. Cloudflare can help deliver and secure banking experiences that exceed customer expectations. Increase your network scale and security to support branches, hybrid workers, and customers. Secure your banking apps and services with unified threat protection. Accelerate modernization of your core banking systems so you can bring new services to market faster. Resilient security, connectivity, and innovation in a single platform. Cloudflare's Connectivity Cloud helps accelerate your entire digital journey. Connect, protect, and build the future of banking with Cloudflare.
Hello? All right, so I think now we got to have more information about what Cloudflare really does. Are we more informed? I don't think I've heard it. Are we more informed? Oh, great. So I want us to just take the conversation a little bit deeper. Right now, you talked about crawlers, botnets, and botnets are hitting Kenya left, right, and center. Yesterday, even just this morning, when we are actually having a conversation at the back there, looking at one of the platforms that you have a very interesting platform, the Cloudflare Radar. Is it Radar? I got it right, which is behind us, which is showing quite some alarming traffic and statistics, which I think I was scared, right? I want to just give a little bit of a brief about exactly what the Cloudflare Radar is, because I believe that's something that a lot of people don't know about. If you could just give us a bit of detail about that.
Yes, I can do that. So as we mentioned, Cloudflare has this global network, and 23% of the internet domains are crossing Cloudflare. The amount of insights that we're gathering for that is tremendous, and we're publicly publishing this. So you could go to Cloudflare, to radar.cloudflare.com, and you can go yourself through this data. You could zoom into Kenya, see what kind of bot traffic is happening, what kind of attacks are happening, what kind of outages are happening, what's happening with email security, how much malicious email is actually traversing the Kenyan internet. This is all information that we gather from our network and that we publicly announce to the world. In the back, if you look between the Safaricom and the Cloudflare booth, there is a touch screen that is an interface towards Radar. So this is a nice one with touchscreen. You can use that. Please go there later and try it out. But also feel free to go to radar.cloudflare.com and just go to this information yourself. It's really insightful. This is also the data that we use for our own threat intelligence. So we see what's happening on the internet. We augment that with threat feeds, and we use that to protect our own network, and as such, also our customers.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. There is something which I think is a big misconception what we have with organizations. There is threat monitoring, and there's threat intelligence. We have, I think that's a big mistake that we have a lot of time, that people do a lot of monitoring, but they don't do intelligence. So they don't even know exactly what is going to hit them before it hits them. And I think that's why we have always caught pants down. Graham, what can you talk about when it comes to threat intelligence? Because I believe part of this, which my understanding is that a lot of organizations can actually plug into the radar, not for the country, but for the specific organizations. What are some of the ways that they can actually have threat intelligence for actionable insights and action?
So when you think about the actionable side of threat intelligence, as DJ mentioned, Cloudflare protects 23% of the internet. So basically 1 in every 4 requests globally hit our platform every day. That's 1 trillion DNS requests. That's thousands of customers. In this case, it's millions. What Cloudflare is able to do is collect a huge amount of information, basically more than anyone else aside from Google, but certainly from a cybersecurity perspective, and Cloudflare is a cybersecurity platform at heart. we take that 23% of the internet and transform it into actionable information that we can give to you to be better prepared. But make no mistake, you are not being asked to do the heavy lifting here. If you were working alongside Cloudflare, the insights, the updates, the zero-day vulnerabilities, we do that for you. We patch, we push those requests. So when you're thinking about actionable threat intelligence at a global scale, but also threat intelligence that's local to Kenya, we've got 6 points of presence that can help there. So it depends on, what your objectives are. But I would say that depending on your use case, whether you're wanting to be hands-on or hands-off, there's an opportunity to make a huge difference towards your threat posture.
Okay, maybe just a follow-up to that. Okay, sure. Yeah.
I'd like to add something, please, because Gopal already mentioned that an attack is happening every 39 seconds.
Yes.
It is impossible to work with humans against this rate of attacks. The only way to do this is automated. So we need to not only go from monitoring to intelligence, we also need to go to mitigation. The mitigation part is the most important part. That's what you want to stop. And the turnaround time between detecting that something is happening and mitigating that, that's the thing that Cloudflare is helping customers with.
Yeah, I was just about to ask something around that because capacity building is something that we struggle with in so many organizations. By the time you hire 5, 6 people to be looking at a dashboard for the whole day, how many of you are SOC engineers here? Security Operations Center, yeah? There cannot be 2. I mean, there are more of you. Come on, hello. Yeah, they're at the back there. So most SOC engineers want to spend time trying to spend, a lot of hours trying to understand a dashboard. You're having almost 100 attacks coming in, thousands of attacks happening at the same time. The traffic is heavy, the packets is heavy. You're not able to separate signal from noise. It's very difficult for a human being to be able to do that. So capacity building is something that is really difficult. Now, AI is here to stay. And I think from Sister InfoSec, right, sorry, the alarming rate that AI is taking over to be able to get to infiltrate our networks and systems and applications is something we can't really fight. What is Cloudflare doing on the side to also be able to make sure AI is being incorporated into fighting some of these attacks, because some of them are really changing. I was doing a research some time back and we realized that there's a lot of password stealers that are affecting Kenya. And guess where all of those passwords are being dumped? Anybody can guess? Yeah. Telegram groups. You basically can ask a bot, give me the password of this organization. And if it has it, it actually spills out to you because it's already infected a lot of people's computers and networks, including government systems, and they don't even know that it's happening. What is some of the AI incorporation that you're putting in place to make sure we are actually safeguarding against this?
So this is asymmetric warfare. The attacker only has to be right once, and the defender has to be right always. And what we need to do is we need to equip the defenders with the tools to be right always. We're using AI to make sure that we can identify and protect these threats. And when we come back to the SOC processes, most of the times you're figuring out what the indication of compromise is, you're figuring out what the attack vector is and whether you need to mitigate something. Many SOCs around the world are doing the same thing when a new threat comes out. So why should everybody be doing that individually? We can do that as a company, and what we learn, we can spread it out across the world. And those learnings and that intelligence, that's what we share with the customers of Cloudflare.
I think many people already know this, but the vast majority of ransom attacks start with a phishing attack. The user is typically the most vulnerable point of presence. When we think of it from a Cloudflare perspective, those phishing attacks comes in different flavors, but AI certainly, and social engineering within that AI space is becoming harder and harder to detect. Not here to use the platform to talk about our email security tool now. You can speak about that with our team afterwards. But I think the question around user security in general and how the things that they touch are influenced by AI is going to continue to be the biggest cause of your pain. A zero-day vulnerability may be an important problem to solve. Certainly, Cloudflare can be quick on the pulse with that. But if your employees aren't resilient to those social engineering changes, Many would argue that the best part is no part, even if they are phished, even if your employees can't be trained. You should still have the tools in place or be investing in new tools that are catching the latest iterations of it.
So if we go back a few years, the security paradigm was that we have to have tools in place and we need to train our users to be resilient against these attacks. I think we've shifted from that paradigm. I don't think that training users will help in preventing phishing anymore. It needs to be technical measures that will prevent first from the phishing mail arriving in your inbox, but when you click it by accident, because they're very well crafted, there are additional layers of protection in place so that this infiltration attempt or the exfiltration attempt will actually not go through. So you need to have defense in depth, you need to have multiple layers where you can actually identify that something is going wrong, and then if something is going wrong, that you can immediately also mitigate the fallout from that.
I'm happy you mentioned that because half the time we do a lot of trainings for people about phishing, and we say don't click, don't click, don't click, and when you do a campaign right after that, the C-suite are the first to click. And everybody just somehow, a 5 or 10% of the organization are going to click because the email looks like it came from the CEO. And everybody just gets to whatever. We did an experiment some time back. I went to an organization and I sent an email to the entire staff from the CEO to come to the boardroom immediately for, for an emergency meeting. People came running with books. And this was just a day after we did a training to the entire company about phishing attacks, to be able to see what to be able to spot. So the human element of things is really going to be very difficult to be able to protect. Now, in Kenya, a lot of organizations are beginning to understand the essence of cloud. Cloud is not, as you explained earlier on, cloud is not the centralized part of things anymore. It's now distributed. And everybody's moving to cloud. Every application is moving to cloud. We're looking at people who are doing containerization, a lot of API integrations into many other businesses. Back in the day, if you were to actually move money from M-Pesa, from bank to M-Pesa, it would take you like a whole day, right? Are we together? But now it's instant because of APIs. Every fintech is integrated into M-Pesa because of APIs and everything. How is Cloudflare being able to plug it into our traditional applications that we have, into containers, into emails, like you talked about right now, to be able to stop some of these attacks that are happening, because it's becoming a very difficult thing to be able to protect against such attacks when it comes to not just traditional servers, but containers, APIs, and the likes.
Yeah, absolutely. APIs are a massive attack vector because developers publish APIs on the internet. That's what they do. They develop an application and people need to access it. So we have a stat, and about 33% for all the APIs out there on the internet, the company that's publishing the services are not aware that this API is open and it's out there. So what we do is we want to bring these APIs behind Cloudflare as well. That gives all the insight, all the threat intelligence, all the visibility, all the global performance that you get with it. On top of that, you can tell us how your API is working, what's allowed, what's not allowed, and we can police the interaction that you have with this API. So the control that you get on the API level with Cloudflare is orders of magnitude higher than when you do it without. Sure.
If I can tell a story about APIs, not a horror story, there's a happy ending to it. We had a customer who was a very large regional airline, and every year they do a sale where they drive a huge amount of traffic. It is their one marketing event of the year. In the build-up to their once-a-year sale, they started experiencing huge spikes in traffic. But these huge spikes of traffic, they had no visibility over them. Visibility in this case means, is it human or is it bot? And if it's bot, is this good bot or is this bad bot? So maybe my question for you is, if someone was to ask you today, do you know what your traffic looks like? Do you know what's human and where it's coming from? Do you know what's bot and what type of bot it is? Those sort of questions, they had not yet solved. Now, the problem with these bots was they weren't the good kind. They were crawling through this regional airline and they started hitting every single API. All of them were secure, except one. The one that wasn't secure was their booking platform. Now, why would they not have a secure booking platform? Because it wasn't their API. It was a third-party API that they had put in because they were white labeling a booking platform. The second consequence of that is, and you know this better than I do, we need the user flow for sign-up to be incredibly fast. I don't want to ask them for any details until right at the end of the checkout experience. They would pick their flight, they would pick their day, they would pick their seat. They would then get given 15 minutes to hold the flight whilst they logged in and created an account. Now the consequences were that all of these bots, which had initially been weaponized to find a vulnerability, had identified it. They then created new bots which started hammering this API. In the build-up to their once-a-year, reputationally important sale, no seats were available. Every single seat was ghost booked for days and days leading up to this event. So the question they asked us, one, what does our traffic look like? And can you give us visibility into it? Once I've got the visibility, I need to take actionable insights and actionable steps. So they used an API security module of ours to harden all of their APIs, not only theirs, but their third parties. The opportunity that they found there was they ran what's known as an API discovery. Really, a simple tool, run through a network, find every single API, and if it's exposed or open or it's not in your endpoint management tool, tell me about it. They found so many more APIs which the bots didn't even find that made them realize just how leaky they were. The happy ending is that in combination with other security tools that we offer, they had insights, security, the propagation time was incredibly low because it's cloud-based, and the sale went off without a hitch. But these sort of near misses are things which I'm sure you experience all of the time.
I mean, it's typically very difficult for you to be able to detect API attacks because they look like a normal traffic. And if you don't have any way of being able to detect that, you basically are going to miss that in any kind of an assessment.
Well, they do look normal traffic, but there are patterns. So if you're a retail store, you know that somebody has to put something in their basket before they can check it out. So if they're checking something out without putting something in the basket, then something is going wrong, and either you should protect or investigate.
Yeah, maybe just to explain this for not on a technical way, you go to a website to be able to fetch a particular detail. Okay, your name is your username and a password. With an API attack, you're able to actually fetch the details of every other person in a very rapid manner. And that's what happens when it comes to such API attacks. I want us to be able to take maybe 2 questions from the floor and then 2 from online. So maybe if anybody has a question, please just raise your hand, and Ian will be able to pass the mic to you at there. As the mic gets, okay, sure. I think we'll take 2 at once, so that, and then I'll take 2 from the online. Yes.
All right. Thanks. Good morning. My name is Francis from Platcop. So the previous speaker, I can't remember his name. I think it was Rama, spoke about polymorphic malware. So from your perspective and from Cloudflare, how would this look like in terms of detection? Would it, from the perspective of polymorphic malware and encrypted files, would they still be able to get infected? And also, in terms of bypassing certain sandbox environments? Yeah.
So the way that Cloudflare works is that all the traffic that passes our network, we can look into that. So we decrypt traffic, we look into the traffic, what's happening, we re-encrypt it, and we send it back. We send it forwards to the origin. So that gives us a very clear view of what's happening. If you look at polymorphic, we saw it actually with Log4j already 2 years ago. It was not AI, it was still quite manual, but the exploit itself, you could write it in different ways. And that meant that if you write it in one way, it would be detected. If you write it in another way, possibly it wouldn't be detected. So what we're doing on the edge is we're making sure that we have different ways that things might happen. And again, we also use AI to figure out how these things might come through the network.
Okay. One last question from here, from online. With the uptake of satellite internet communication, how does Cloudflare ensure that we still secure with this innovation? With the uptake of satellite internet communication, how does Cloudflare ensure we are still secure with their innovation?
So, where does Cloudflare fit in to your stack? And I think that may start with the answer. Cloudflare stops internet-borne threats. Anything that is coming from the internet to you, we are your first line of defense in a multi-tiered defense model. So whether you're getting your connectivity from Safaricom, Starlink, some coffee shop, we will always be there as that first line of defense, whether it's an on-premise environment, cloud environment, some sort of hybrid scenario. It's a consistent security model.
Okay. I know we are out of time, but I have one question for you. Most people don't even know where to start when it comes to where do I integrate Cloudflare? Do I integrate from a perimeter point of view, internal, and everything? What will be your take as we wind up as to the best way to be able to integrate Cloudflare services?
We've done a huge amount of work with financial services around the world. 31% of the Fortune 1000 use us. If you're curious to actually play with it yourself, benchmark it, or run a free trial, Safaricom Business at the back are ready to get you set up. And if you want to dive into the technology, we've got a booth full of engineers, sales teams, some less good looking than others, who'll be more than happy to help you.
So where you want to start also depends where your risk lies. So I assume that many need to implement something like ISO 27001. You probably have a risk register. There are things in there that you are concerned about today. It could be your users, it could be your applications, it could be your branches. Whatever it is, bring it to us, and we can help you figure out how we can protect it.
Okay. Just to close this conversation, we've been talking about cyber resilience, and with the cyber resilience is being able to identify, protect, detect, respond, and how do you recover. If you ever miss out the identification part and the recovery part, you don't have a business running, right? So we need to start rethinking about our strategy. DJ, you talked about threat modeling. We need to actually understand our business environment, the technologies that we use before we even know how to be able to plug in all the various technologies. I would like to say thank you to my panelists and for the presentation. Please make sure you actually get to go to talk to Cloudflare at the back and be able to engage them to see, and Safaricom as well. There's a lot of engineers. I think it's very easy to notice your team. They're all in orange. So it's easy to be able to spot them, ask all the questions, get to try out the Cloudflare Radar. I personally tried it yesterday when we came for the dry run, and I was pretty impressed by what it is. Trust me, if you know me, I don't get impressed easily. So anyway, thank you very much, and let's keep the conversation going. Back to you, Ian. Thank you.
That was fantastic from our moderator and also the Cloudflare team. We appreciate your value proposition and also your unwavering support. One of the things to notice is that do you have visibility for your traffic, genuine from fake? And through Project Galileo, Cloudflare provides free, robust security to enterprises and that are targets of DDoS and other cyber attacks. So as you rightly mentioned that you are the first line of defense when it comes to the internet access. And the internet is a powerful tool for spreading and also expanding ideas. So last week, they mitigated against the 2 billion packets per second, half of the world population. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloudflare has partnered with Safaricom to offer the services to all organizations of all sizes. Please, let's appreciate them one more time with a round of applause. To our online audience, we appreciate your presence. Just want to notify you that you can be able to share your comments through the Twitter handles that we have. And the first one is hashtag SB Cyber Summit 2024. The second hashtag is hashtag Safaricom Business. The third one is hashtag Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. And the fourth one is Grow with Safaricom Business. So we would like to engage you more through the Twitter handles that have been shared there. That is SB Cyber Summit 2024. The other one is Safaricom Business. The third one is hashtag Safaricom Cybersecurity. The fourth is hashtag Grow with Safaricom Business. So we are open to any of those hashtags that you can be able to use. Let's keep engaging, and we are glad to have you there. We've had a fantastic morning, ladies and gentlemen, and we definitely appreciate how we were able to set the context, and we had the privilege of having our Chief Corporate Security Officer, Mr. Nicholas Mulila, guiding us on that. We also had a good discussion on the future of digital payments, and Ramakrishnan was able to guide us on that, and also now the key discussion that we were able to guide through the Cloudflare team, and also to just understand their value proposition. We want to take a short break, but before we do that, I'd like to give an update that after the tea break, we'll be having two fantastic panel discussions. The first panel is going to be on the thoughts of a CISO. Let us get into a mind of a CISO and get to see how we can be able to discuss on protecting and defending an organization. And then the second other panel is going to be on cybersecurity governance now and in the future. We need to keep in step with what is going to happen in the future, and we need to be ready. So we definitely appreciate that. And also having the presence of Cynthia Kropak, our Chief Enterprise Business Officer. We appreciate your leadership as well. We have quite the cluster of banks in here. We have a good representation of insurance companies and also a good representation of SACCOs. I was able to see Joel Bussione from Consolidated Bank. Where are you? And this is not just for here, but also our online audience. Please make sure that you can give us a shout out using the hashtags. Let us know which company you're representing. Let us get to hear from you. Joel Bussione, just raise your hand wherever you are. Glad to have you from Consolidated Bank. I have also seen Rosemary Koech from KCB. Rosemary, where are you? Just raise your hand. Rosemary is right here. Fidelis Muya from the Kenya Bankers Association is right here. Please just wave to the audience. All right, fantastic. Dennis Kiarie from CIB, where are you? Dennis, good to see you. Fantastic. We also have Jane Mwai from Standard Chartered Bank, IT Director. Jane, good to see you. Let's appreciate her. Alex Gadesha from Jubilee Insurance is also here. Or has he left? Yes, he's right there. Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate them. Paul Karemi from Old Mutual is also here. Paul Karemi, fantastic. And strongly representing the SACCOs, we have Mr. Sydney Shikalo. Mr. Sydney, yes, GM Innovation at Stima SACCO. We're glad to have you. And I'm just mentioning the ones that I know personally, but we appreciate your presence. It's a good, fantastic representation of the BFSI sector, and we're looking forward to this panel discussion that is going to be coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly 11:01. We are hopeful that we can be able to be back here at 11:16. This is an opportunity for you to just enjoy a cup of tea, refreshments, and also, most importantly, engage with our various partners at their booths and get to appreciate their value proposition. Please give a high five to the person sitting next to you and tell them tea is on Cynthia Kropak. All right? Enjoy your break and see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Great. Now I would like to kindly request the delegates who are here, if you'd kindly have your seats, so that now we can be able to proceed to this next part of the program. I am confident that you've been able to have a conversation with our respective partners. One of the things that I need to mention at the very far end at the Safaricom booth, we have some ethical hackers who are there. Washington and team, Washington just kindly just wave at us. Washington are the ones, and his team are the ones who are attacking. They are doing phishing. So if you want to test the authenticity of the value proposition of our partners, Washington and team are the ethical hackers who are here. They will try to do also the penetration testing and just make sure that how can you be able to resolve the challenges that you have. So thank you to our ethical hackers, Washington and team. We appreciate you. Please make sure that you can engage them and also just make sure that we can be able to appreciate the value proposition. To our online audience, we appreciate you also being here. I can see that even Nicholas Kihara from Hako Industries, glad to have you here, also joining us online. And also we have Mr. Henry Abea, also from Mwalimu Sacco, who is also with us online. And we have the General Manager for Innovation at Kenya Police, DT Sacco, Mr. Tony Mutero, who is also online, and we appreciate your presence with us on the online platform. Great, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We want to quickly get into the panel discussion, and this is on the thoughts of a CISO, protecting and defending an organization, and also how the threat intelligence shapes a security strategy. Most importantly, also how AI is transforming security response. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and the privilege of calling upon the moderator. He is a well-rounded professional with over a decade of experience covering information security and risk, fraud management, investigations, training, project management, process improvement in the banking sector, and also in the telecommunication industries. He is an inventive thinker with the ability to adjust to varying circumstances and environments. As they usually say, that Arsenal is like watching Netflix when you are supporting Arsenal, where you're always waiting for the next season. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is an Arsenal fan, and he's a Senior Manager, Ethics and Compliance at Safaricom PLC. Please help me appreciate with a warm round of applause Mr. Eric Anderson Mugo as he comes forward to guide us on the next conversation. An Arsenal fan, and as we usually say, Arsenal is close to Netflix, always waiting for the next season. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm an Arsenal fan, and I'm still waiting for next season. And I don't think we have a choice. So I'll, without wasting much time, I'll invite our panelists this morning. I'll start with somebody I've known for many years, and we worked together at some point. From Coop Bank. Sorry, let me start again. Let me start with the ones who've been here. DJ from Cloudflare. Looking at your names, now I can see why they are shortening or abbreviating to DJ. So it's, let me pronounce it, Jan, Van Helmont. Yes, so yeah, now I can see why he kept saying DJ. Then we have Eugene Sanya, who's the CIO for AAR Insurance. Eugene, karibu. Eugene, okay. Eugene could not make it. So we have Henry Abea, head of ICT for Mwalimu National Sacco. Okay. Eugene Budi, Information Security Lead, Stima Sacco. Good, we have representation from Stima. And finally, and from Asako, we have George Wanjohi, CISO Cooperative Bank. Karibu sana. So as they come up, I'll give them the mic to just briefly introduce themselves, especially the two who were not on stage before. You can also be, preparing some questions along the thoughts of a CIO, sorry. Just a quick one, introduce yourself and what you do. Thank you.
Yeah, so my name is Dirk-Jan van Helmond, or DJ for short. I'm the Director for Solutions Engineering for Europe, Middle East, and Africa at Cloudflare.
Morning, everyone. I'm Eugene Budiwadea, the System Security Team Lead at Stimasako.
Good morning, folks. George Wanjo is my name, from Cooperative Bank Group. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer.
Thank you. So I don't know who is the timekeeper. This is an interesting topic. So thank you. You can have a seat, gentlemen. So we have a representation from the SACO, a bank, and a technology company. And I'll just summarize the topic or the theme, which is largely on threat intelligence, prioritization of how do we go about investing and prioritizing what do we defend, which technologies do we deploy, and lastly, we'll be looking at AI in terms of how do we ensure that AI is in use in all the solutions that we are adopting to protect our organizations, and particularly our platforms that we're using for enabling our customers to access our services. So before, just following from the initial panel that was here, there's a curveball that Bright threw to us, and that is the question of our passwords being sold on Telegram, or even dished out for free, if I understood. Actually, I think that's what Bright alluded to, that actually they're available for free. So maybe I'll start with you, George, and how would you handle this from a point of threat intelligence and having that reality that there could be some cooperative bank credentials somewhere on some Telegram channel or bot, and how does threat intelligence come into play for you and for CoopBank?
Thank you, Eric, and good morning again. I think the first question, now that Bright brought it up, is that he said there's confusion between what's threat monitoring, what is threat intelligence, and some folks are not aware where the line, to draw the line between the two. And I think maybe just to focus on threat intelligence, this is actively sourcing for contextual threat information that you can act upon from external sources. And maybe just to step back, I want to also mention that this is a very critical control today for organizations here that are ISO 27001 certified, those that are wishing to be certified against ISO 27001, those are wishing to transition to ISO 27001 2022. You need to understand that International Standard Organization has made it a mandatory control to have threat intelligence as part of the information security program. So threat intelligence is very critical today, and they use the word shall, not may. So it's a must to have. And how we go about collecting threat intel, not just for passwords, but any other core bank data that may be lying out there, is that first, we follow up there, is that is collection. The second one is how you incorporate this threat intelligence into information security program. And third is how do you report the output of your information security, of your threat intelligence program. And for threat intelligence, we mostly use online and internet threat intelligence feeds. It's interesting to see the sponsors that we have behind us because we use a lot of FortiRecon as part of our threat intelligence feeds. We have Cloudflare Radar as part of threat intelligence feeds, IBM threat intelligence, Checkpoint threat intelligence, Cisco Talos, threat intelligence, among others. And so we have a lot of online feeds that we subscribe to obtain threat intelligence. And once we get these, and we're also part of industry forums like KBA, where CISOs share threat intelligence. It is very, very critical. And the next step that's very important for us is how do we ingest this threat intelligence into our information security program? And this usually goes into two of our strategies. Mostly it's prevention and detection. So around detection, just to give real examples, is when we hear or we find from threat intelligence that, for example, there's a certain threat that is targeting organizations or banks of similar profiles to us, we can obtain those IPs and add them to our monitoring platform for continuous monitoring. We can obtain the signatures of what the threats that have been identified, add them to our monitoring platform, in the SOC for continuous monitoring. On the prevention strategy, we normally even add those IPs, for example, that have been identified as hostile to our internet-facing firewalls to ensure that we block them and frustrate the attackers before they get to us. So that's how we normally make use of threat intelligence. And of course, what ISO again requires is how do you output and report output of this threat intelligence to management. So of course, on a regular basis, we have to report on what threat intelligence did you obtain, what part of our ecosystem was susceptible to that threat intel, what did we do about it, what actions have we taken against that threat intel, and what are the results of it. Thank you.
Thank you, George. So let me ask you a hypothetical question that, a CISO, and that CISO is not you, and not any CISO in this room. What would you rather see on Telegram? Passwords that belong to COP or data from COP? Which one would give you sleepless nights more? I know both will give you sleepless nights, but which one will give you more sleepless nights?
Yeah, both will equally give you sleepless nights. So I think, first of all, passwords are very tricky and very scary because this password will not just get access now to your data, they may even go ahead and do transactions or even deny you services. So passwords might give you a lot of sleepless nights. These people might even access credit card information for your customers, access balances of your customers. So there is more weight and value, and passwords will really fall in that category of very valuable crown jewels. But data, again, when you look at how the regulations are looking at in our jurisdiction right now, and the penalties that are being dished out right, left, and center by our friends in ODPC, if your data is found out there, personally identifiable information, that Eric's balance is out there, Eric's ID number has been leaked for a cooperative bank, there are penalties, there are reputation risks, and as a bank or player in the financial industry, we rely on trust. Customers bank with you because of one thing, trust. Not because you have buildings, not because you have a balance sheet, because they trust in you. And if you lose your trust, if your trust is eroded, I think you have no goodwill and no ability to continue operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. So Eugene, from a SACO point of view, maybe you could just highlight at a high level how, if you're aware, or how perhaps Stima is using AI from a fraud detection aspect. And perhaps you could extend this to the cybersecurity strategies you have. But maybe you could start with the fraud detection one.
Thank you for that. So for fraud detection, initially we try to increase our visibility in terms of all transactions, because the first step is increase your visibility as much as possible. And then from the data that you see, gain insights and allow it to help you to make decisions in terms of what fraud monitoring controls you're going to implement. So obviously, at the beginning, everybody tries to go for the fancy fraud monitoring system off the shelf, but it's always better to have something built in-house. The in-house solutions allow you to customize, allow you to keep changing the use cases based on what you're seeing as you increase your visibility. So a good thing with AI is AI allows you to have a close to real-time, proactive monitoring framework. So you are able to have an adaptive algorithm running behind, checking all your transactions, and at least giving you more context on the things that you're seeing. So at Stigma, what we do is we really leverage on increasing the scope of the data that we're seeing in the transactions. We want to see more. We want to analyze the day-to-day transactions. We want to analyze the night transactions. We want to see the patterns of when customers are withdrawing more, when they're withdrawing less. So as we keep looking at these patterns, we're able to develop use cases using AI that will allow us to at least identify and react to fraudulent transactions faster. So it kind of helps us automate the journey and reduces what I call the noise. Because remember, at the beginning, when you're creating these use cases, there's going to be a lot of noise. But with the help of AI, you advance a bit faster, and it gives you better context of what you're monitoring.
Thank you. So, DJ, there's quite, in the earlier panel, there was a question of how organizations respond and the preparation on the same. Now, when you consider the Cloudflare solutions and what they have to offer to the organizations, how does that play in when it comes to the response part? Because they could buy this solution from you and it's working. However, if it is identifying threats, either from an intelligence point of view or ongoing actual attacks that are happening, how do you then ensure that these organizations are able to respond in a way that they are able to minimize the impact, and specifically the negative impact that these attacks can have on their organizations?
I'd like to answer that question, but first I'd like to go back to the password conversation that we just had, because as we had in the previous panel, we agree that the user is the biggest attack factor when it comes to compromise. That means that passwords are one of the biggest attack factors as well. I think we should accept that passwords are inherently insecure, and we need to move away from passwords in the next few years. So iOS, Android, Chrome, Safari, Firefox, they all support passphrases right now, which is a way stronger means of authentication. If you combine that with multi-factor authentication, that's way stronger than just a password in itself. So if I could give you a message, start thinking how you can move away from passwords in your organization in the next few years, because in a few years from now, we should just get rid of passwords. That's the most unsafe way of accessing resources, and there are better alternatives today. If we get to the question that you just asked, the role of the CISO has massively changed in the last 10 years. So it was very technically focused, and we see more and more compliance-related questions. We cybersecurity, cyber risk, cyber insurance. And what I see in Europe is also the government is getting involved right now. So in the US and in the EU, there is legislation introduced. In the EU, it's called NIS2. And this demands a set of rules and guidelines that companies have to adhere to. So it means you have to be aware of what's happening in your environment. You need to have the visibility and the control. You need to be able to understand where your crown jewels are and how you're protecting them. And you need to have a process in place that when something happens, you have an active means to mitigate those. And the fourth thing, which is the thing that really is changing at the moment in Europe, is that you are forced to report this into the government, and they can correlate this data with other companies as well. So, for example, I'm from the Netherlands. We have the NCIC, which is a cert, which is the Dutch cert. If one bank gets compromised, within 24 hours, they have to report that to the cert, and they correlate that with the threat signals that they get from other banks. And I think what's really important if you want to protect a country is that companies in a country start working together and bringing this data together so that you're not just protecting your own organization, but you're protecting yourself, your ecosystem, and the country that you operate in.
Thank you. So when you have those situations where one bank has been attacked and perhaps they've responded in the way that they did and they have lessons learned. So we don't want, and particularly here, we have a smaller industry that perhaps we can easily reach out to our counterparts. Maybe Eugene, you could pick up on this one. So from a collaboration point of view, post-incident, is there any collaboration that as circles that you have where you're able to collaborate and share on what happened and the insights learned, even if it's devoid of the specifics?
Devoid of the specifics, I hope.
Or if the the details are not
So There are a few upcoming platforms that SACCOs are utilizing. Maybe just to mention one, I think there's a really good resource in the ICT for SACCOs WhatsApp group. Those who are members there know it. There's a lot of information shared there about incidents that probably won't be in the public domain. And I think it's a good step. Also, summits like this one, it's a good step for us to be able to collaborate and learn from each other, because one thing we have to accept is whatever challenge we are facing in our different organizations, there is a probably higher possibility other organizations have faced the same. And if we have a unified platform, we are able to exchange information and learn from each other. So yeah, there is the SACCO forums that guys use. I think also there are other round tables that are organized by various vendors, various workshops. I think also there is a good collaborative space with Safaricom for the SACCOs that kind of communicate with Safaricom on a regular basis. And these platforms actually allow us to also be able to test new, I'd say new controls before they're out there. Those of us who have a relationship with Safaricom, I think you've tasted Umbrella API. Those who have also tested the recently out IMSI for SIM swap. So yeah, if you're in these spaces, you're going to hear this news first. So it's really important to kind of come together as it can be SACCOs, banks, any space that you can get into so that you can learn some of this information that is out there. Good point, IMSI. Those of us who know what's been happening with SIM swap, serious cases out here. But if you're not in these spaces, you will not be aware that Safaricom already has the IMSI SIM swap solution out. Some of us have already integrated it with our onboarding processes, our transactional processes. So you need to be in those spaces. They might be a few, some of them are coming up, but yeah, the SACCOs are out there, they're active, and they're exchanging this information. So again, I think ICT for SACCOs, that's a really good start for those who are not there.
I'm sure somebody from Cynthia's team has noted that down. He or she needs to join that WhatsApp group. So DJ, in terms of adoption of AI and threat intelligence, what are the considerations in terms of legal and ethical, from a legal and ethical aspect? What are the considerations when taking up these solutions?
What the legal and ethical implications are is quite a good question, and I don't think I'm the expert on answering that. What I can tell you is that AI is a tool that we must use today to make sure that we are in control. So we earlier talked about this as well. We use AI to detect patterns, to figure out what's going on. We use AI to see what's out of the ordinary, and we use that data to make sure that we protect our customers.
There's been quite a lot of noise in as far as sharing of information, and I'm glad, from the WhatsApp group that we have, we share information for positive reasons. This goes to George. From a Coop Bank perspective, the culture of awareness to mitigate human error and insider threats. Maybe you could touch on that, and even as George answers, I'll ask the audience to prepare the questions so that we can also hear what you have in mind or what you'd like to ask the panel this morning.
Well, thank you, Eric. I think one of the threats or risks that really keeps information security leaders awake at night is insider threat. Because you understand these are people who have legitimate access to your ecosystem. These are people who may even have administrative rights to your ecosystem. These are people who understand the lay of the land, how your data sits. They understand the safeguards that you put in place. And so for these people to do something malicious, it's very easy for them. And this is what really keeps information security leaders, information security teams awake at night. But there are several controls that organizations are putting in place. Some, of course, is what everyone knows, the least privilege access, that you only grant access to the segment of the ecosystem that a privileged user needs. So that needs to be very clear. The other thing is to, ensure that you have pervasive logging and monitoring. So you log and monitor as much as possible. So that is also very important. We also use a lot of behavioral analytics. So for example, if you have numerous people accessing various high-value databases, you may want to implement heuristics, machine learning, behavioral analytics, such that if somebody runs queries that they ordinarily don't run, that raises a red flag. And monitoring is very critical when you are looking at insider threats. So you must have, whether it's an internal SOC or a managed SOC by an external party, but make sure you have continuous monitoring, because the threat and the magnitude of the threat when there's an insider risk materializing or crystallizing is enormous. Thank you.
So as I welcome questions from the audience, I'll ask my panelists to prepare their final closing thoughts, as well as which team they support, because the moderator cannot suffer alone. So I'll invite questions from the audience. State your name, which organization, and who you're addressing the question to.
Yeah, let me start. So my name is Paul Karemi. The group CISO, Old Mutual, East Africa. So I have a question to my fellow CISOs and everyone. And this is an upcoming problem of internal fraud. So as a CISO, is it our problem, or it is the business problem, or it is the risk problem? Whose problem is it? Is this the IT team problem, or is it digital? Does it make you lax sleep?
Fellow CISO.
Well, if I may go first, not like I know it all, but looking at an organization from a strategic perspective, we're all working towards the same goal, advancing the organization as a whole. So when you try and break this into silos, or, my job starts here, ends here, fraud peaks from here and ends here, risk starts from here and ends here, the organization may not be able to succeed as one. So that's why we all have to pull as one. But when you look at the responsibilities, from my experience, we all work collaboratively together. And I think that was the theme of this forum today, collaboration. So I find myself working a lot, with fraud teams, with revenue assurance teams, with risk teams, information security teams, at times internal audit teams, just to make sure that you cover all bases. And one thing for sure for CISO, you also have to admit that, some elements of security, other people or other sections might carry some responsibilities of security, but eventually you're fully accountable for the security of the organization. Thank you.
Eugene, maybe you could touch on that question.
Yeah, maybe I'll first start with agreeing with my colleague. This is a shared responsibility at the end of the day, and we all have our part that we play. Because remember, no matter how distinct or if you want to work in silos, remember that these security controls that you implement, they complement the business. You embed them onto existing business processes. A clear example would be if you're onboarding a member or a customer in a bank, business has an onboarding process, right? But the element of KYC comes in from probably a security perspective. You can introduce tools to complement that process, right? Maybe just to repeat, you can put IMSI on onboarding mobile banking, just to verify the identity of somebody. So you have a role to play. But if a fraud originates from that business process of maybe an account was created using fake identity or anything, you do have a bit of liability on your end because you can implement a control there. So you can't sit and say that I'm in IT, that's business. Remember, because at the end of the day, IT controls are there to be embedded on existing business controls. So you need to work side by side. There is no difference between the two of you. Yeah.
There's a question at the back. Sorry, yes, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'd also give my feedback on this question. And I don't know whose responsibility it is. That's something that you will have to figure out in your organization. But I do like to talk to the person that thinks that it is their responsibility. Because what George is mentioning, insider threat is real. And we've recognized that at Cloudflare. And we spoke earlier today about the products that we deliver focused on the users that you have. But the privileged users are a way bigger attack factor. So we've really started building our portfolio also around monitoring and managing these privileged users to understand what they're doing as part of their job and to see if they deviate from what they're supposed to be doing. So we can find these signals now as well in what your privileged users are doing.
Thank you. I can see the MC standing by my side, so we'll have one more question. Please take note of the speakers of the day, the panelists, because we can still have a side conversation during lunch hour. One more question from the audience.
Yes, hello. My name is Robert Mungai from Cybersecurity. My question goes to George, and it touches on threat intelligence. The question is, do you have strategies to counter pseudo or proxy data, synthetic identity, considering that AI has introduced a new vertical within the way we are handling vulnerabilities? For instance, we have a warm GPT that is being used to decompose applications. It is also being exploited for social engineering, reverse engineering, and also it have introduced a new scope being termed as a swarm attack. Considering that majority of the application we're having dwells on financial activities, how does that, or how do you handle threat intelligence whereby data is being spoofed? You cannot differentiate between the real data and AI-generated data. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. AI is a totally new field, and it's a big challenge for everyone, not just in information security. For the concerns you've raised, and especially in the financial sector, as you rightfully put it, we are heavily targeted. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie, whether it's lawful or unlawfully. And what we are doing in terms of managing information security risks that emanate from AI are from multiple fronts. First of all is we are ensuring that all implementations of security solutions that are implemented today are AI ready. AI ready or AI driven or AI based. You're actually moving away even from AI ready to AI everywhere in the security sector. So you can only be ahead of AI driven malicious actors by also embracing AI because you cannot fight or be able to counter AI threats using human capabilities. So you have to elevate your capabilities really to machine scale. I'll give you an example, for example, how we are implementing or utilizing AI in organization. A simple case I would give of email. Traditional email solutions used, for example, to scan, when an email comes in, they'll check what's the attachment, does it have malware, look at the email source, is it, has it been, adversely mentioned or listed, and then is it an email address that you normally communicate with a lot, and that's how traditional email security solutions used to work. When you look at AI-driven email security solutions, they go way further than that. These are solutions that have been trained on billions of emails. And these are solutions that are able to read the body of your email. They're able to read the subject of your email. And they can understand the tone and the grammar in that email. They can be able to tell, is this an attempt at inducement? Is this an attempt at extortion? Is this an attempt at solicitation of confidential information? Because they've been trained on tens of billions of emails. And this is sort of using human capabilities, but at a grand scale, at a machine scale. So this is how you have to really also ensure as an organization you're harnessing the power of AI to stay ahead of malicious actors who are also utilizing AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. That was a hard question. You pulled through. So I'll ask my panelists to just give one piece of advice. I think the focus on this session was a thought of a CIO. So in closing, which team you support? Because as I said, the moderator will not suffer alone. which team you support, and your closing thoughts on the topic of the thoughts of a CIO. So we'll start with you, DJ.
Which team I support? Yes. You mean soccer team?
Yes.
I don't support a soccer team, I support Max Verstappen.
Okay.
Of course.
All right, please proceed.
So my closing thought is something that I learned from a CISO that I worked with a lot. As I mentioned, their role is changing, and he had a problem with funding. He was speaking to his CEO, and he said, there's so much happening, I don't have the resources to do what I need to do. And he had this slide, and on one hand, he had a pair of glasses, and on the other hand, he had this Mercedes with LED light, laser light, and it could see all the way in the distance. And he said, the more money you give me, the further I can look ahead and predict what kind of threats are coming our way. So the more budget you give me as a CISO, the more I will be able to protect you as a business. And I think that was a really strong point.
Thank you. Eugene?
Okay, so unfortunately I'm a Chelsea supporter. But this season we're doing well so far. Yeah, we're doing well. My parting shot will be maybe 2 points. One of the things we need to do is have more events like this, more spaces to collaborate. At the end of the day, as technology advances, threat actors are also advancing at the same rate. As AI advances, there's the good side, there's the bad side to everything. And having platforms and events where you can share knowledge, you can meet the experts and maybe widen your scope in terms of what's out there is really crucial to our organizations. My second point is an important part of any cybersecurity framework is the people. We need to invest more in awareness and training of our organizations. At the end of the day, most of us here are subject matter experts in cybersecurity, but the bigger part of our organization are not on the same level of awareness as we are. That's why the bigger part of the organization will fall for the phishing links. The bigger part of the organization is going to believe that email that's telling them that this is an 80% discount on Bolt, and they're going to click that link, and they're going to share the credentials. So we need to do more for the non-IT guys, because they are probably the biggest risk we have in terms of human capital in our organizations.
Thank you, Eugene. I know your boss supports Chelsea, so I don't know if it was a politically correct statement, but we will figure out that later. George?
Thank you, Eric. I think for the many years you've known me, you've known that I support the 7-time world champion, Lewis Hamilton, Sir Lewis Hamilton. And I think my parting shot today is we can enhance and leverage on the power of collaboration. We can do more as organizations within this jurisdiction in Kenya. We can share more threat intelligence, we can share more information on what's happening, and we can learn more from each other. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So I'd like to say thank you very much to our panelists today, DJ, Eugene, and George. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you very much. I'll hand over back to the MC.
Thank you for that, Eric, Anderson Mugo, and also the panelists. Please, let's appreciate them with a round of applause. I'll just request the panelists, if you can come just a bit closer. I'll ask our media team if we can just get one photo of this particular panel, just a photo of the panel. If we have our media team close by. Not, then I think we shall be able to proceed. That's quite okay. But please, let's appreciate the panelists one more time with a round of applause. Thank you for that. Definitely a thought-provoking conversation. I love what was also shared as a parting shot on the certifications, so that we can also enhance the continuous learning that is required. And we appreciate the insight that they've been able to share. To our moderator with the football team you're supporting, one of the things that come out, you must be very religious or you are definitely a loyal person, all right? So thank you once again. At this point in time, I would like to request all the ladies that are here to kindly just rise to your feet. All the ladies that we have. It is a beautiful thing when we have ladies, women in technology. And I know all the women here are women in technology. If you'd be so kind, just to rise to your feet, wherever you are, just rise to your feet. And I will request the gentlemen that are here, please let us appreciate with one hearty round of applause all our women. They are leaders in technology, women in technology. We are proud to be associated with you. Thank you for your support and patronage, and thank you for your collaboration. You may have your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, in that similar fashion, it is my distinct honor to introduce also a visionary leader in the field of cybersecurity and risk management. Please help me appreciate on stage the Senior Manager of Managed Security Service at Safaricom, Fides Nyamohanga, as she comes forward. Please appreciate her with a round of applause as she comes forward. As we are celebrating the ladies in technology, all right? If you'd be so kind as to come and join me on stage. Check one, two. Ladies, we celebrate your leadership in, especially when it comes to cybersecurity, managed services. One of the things that we want to have a better understanding of as a leader, and leading also the women in technology, what inspires you to do what you do every day?
Okay. I think first let me recognize the other women who I stand on their shoulders. I know I have Patricia, Cecilia, Agnes, all of them. So I think what inspires me to do what I do is when I joined cyber, I'm a telecommunications engineer, so I was thrown in a deep end to learn cyber. I didn't even interact with a Linux system in university, so I've been in another campus the last 8 years. But I think for me, when I look at my boss, Sam, and the engineer seated there when they're handling a crisis, and yet they are in the country, they are considered the most experienced, exposed cybersecurity expert. I feel for organizations that do not have the same expertise. So I can imagine if the DDoS last year we had was happening to another organization, how would they respond? So the impact the engineers have to go through to resolve issues, sometimes they don't have the skills, they don't have the time, they don't have a network they can interact with. That's where I come in, with the support of the team and other influencers within the industry like Ina Bright, to just create a system where if any organization experiences a cyber attack, they can always run for collaboration, for support, sometimes even at no cost, just to enable them recover very fast. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. I love what you said about standing on the shoulders of your leaders and also making sure that you can be able to cascade that leadership to the team that is around you, and also working closely with influencers like Bright over here. You are an exceptional leader and we celebrate you. So thank you for that. Please, let's appreciate Fides with a round of applause once again. We are proud to be associated with you and the fantastic work that we are doing at Safaricom. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to do something that we usually call the Safaricom wave, and at this point in time, I would like to kindly request all of us once again to rise to our feet. Even our online viewers, please, wherever you are, make sure that you have some space for a minute and a half, so as we celebrate 24 years. And definitely we secure innovation and unstoppable growth. So the first thing that I want to, let me see by a show of hands, how many of us are fans of Lingala, Rumba? Show of hands. How many are fans of Lingala, Rumba? At least we have a few. We have a few that are there, all right? It's some slow music that most of the time someone with my frame is the one that has the soprano, and the shorter guys are the ones who have that baritone. What I want you to do is I want you just to look to the side and to the side. Just do that, to the side and to the side. If you want to put a little bit more of swag, you can look at your shoe and the side, and the side, and the side. Great. Put your arms here, turn to this side, and then this side, all right? And then tap your foot like this, tap, 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 turn to the other side, tap, 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 and then I want you to clap down once, and then I want you to push, push, push. Let's try that again. Turn to this side, tap your foot. And then the other side, tap your foot. And then give me that Safaricom wave. And pump, pump, pump. Fantastic. As we usually say, ladies and gentlemen, that this is best done with music. Thank you. All right, are we ready? To the side. To the side. Side. Put your hands here, the side. Nice. Turn to the other side. Nice. Give me that Safaricom wave. Pump it. Give me the Safaricom wave. Pump it. Nice. This side, let's go. Nice. The other side, turn it. Give me that Safaricom wave. Let's go. Pump it. Where's that Safaricom wave? Pump it. Take it here. Take it here. Let's still go down slowly, just slowly. It's a corporate event, all right? And then I want you to take it round. Wherever you are, just take it round. Round, round, round. All right, to the side, 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 and to the side, side. Give me that Safaricom wave. Let's go. Pump it. Safaricom wave, you call. Nice. Put your hands here to this side. Nice. The other side. Give me that Safaricom wave. Let's go. One more time for the 24 years. Thank you, Mr. Director. Please give a high five to the person standing next to you and tell them I can do this as a side hustle. As a side hustle. But I won't, all right? We have the leaders in here. There's no moonlighting. All right, so, all right, fantastic. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to go to our next panel discussion. And even as we go into the panel discussion, we'll also have the privilege of getting to hear on Fortify Your Cyber Security, that this is going to be, the remarks are going to be given by Fortinet, and we have the country manager who is going to guide us on that. But before we get into that particular part of the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, cybersecurity governance now and in the future. We want to have a better understanding of what is happening now and also what to expect in the future. This session will explore the evolving landscape of cybersecurity governance, focusing on how privacy plays a pivotal role in driving social change and also, most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, driving business growth. To moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we've come to recently learn that he is an influencer in technology. He is also a cybersecurity expert, a public speaker, advisory board member, a mentor, a leader extraordinaire, and a strategist par excellence. Please help me appreciate, with a warm round of applause, Dr. Bright Gameli Maudor, as he comes to guide us in this conversation. Welcome, Bright. We're glad to have you, and over to you as we get into this engaging session. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, and I think we're taking the next step to having conversations about governance and privacy. And for the panel this time, I'm going to introduce some people who are thought leaders in the privacy space and the governance space. And to join me first on stage is Rosemary Coed, who's the head of data protection at KCB. Can we clap for her as she comes up? Then we have Fidelis Muya, who's the Director of Technology of Services at Kenya Bankers Association. We also have David Primor, who's the co-founder and the managing director at Cynomi. Last on stage will be Samuel Ochieng, who's the head of Department Cybersecurity at Safaricom. So, this is going to be a very raw conversation. Usually, I like to pick the conversation as we go. So, please forgive me if I ask you anything which is difficult. We did not have prior conversations before this because we want it to be as raw as possible. And as we go on, please keep your questions coming online as well. And we'll take also some from the crowd from who are physically present here. Maybe we could just start with a round of introductions. Starting with my left, the ladies first. If you could just give a brief introduction about who you are, and tell me what does governance mean to you. Either governance or privacy, you can choose whichever.
Thank you very much. I'm Rosemary Koech Kimwatu, and I head data protection for KCB Group. Basically, in context, we run from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. So helping an organization that is in about 7 countries in operation and helping build capacity for data protection. So that's basically what I do. What does governance mean to me? It means having a conscience.
Okay, it's amazing. Fidelis?
Is it afternoon yet? Oh, good morning. My name is Fidelis Muya. I work for the Kenya Bankers Association, which is an association of all banks licensed and regulated by the central bank. Governance is about putting structures to make sure business runs properly, ethically, and makes sound decisions.
Okay.
Hi, I'm David Primor out of Israel, and I'm the CEO of Synomi. We help Safaricom and service providers to provide virtual CISO services and to enable any company to have a CISO-level cybersecurity. And for governance, I think that is critical for every company to be able to handle governance, and this is the ability of states and service providers to make sure that companies will be secured. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so my name is Samuel Cheng. I head the cybersecurity team at Safaricom. So what we do is basically to protect the information assets that we have. From a governance perspective, I tend to think it's putting structures in place, right processes for smooth running of a business.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to start with you, Rosemary. You running as a bank, you have a lot of data that you collect in terms of customer data. You need that for KYC, you need that for so many things that you have to be able to work with. What are some of the primary challenges that you actually face at KCB or in the banking industry that you've seen that has to do with governance and privacy as of today?
I think the first challenge is actually having a realization of what it is that you're handling. So when I was hired as a data protection officer at KCB, my thought was, it's a bank. I'll just swing around a chair and get a salary at the end of the month. The privacy comes naturally, right? But when you sit down and have a reflection of your operations, the customer touch points. We have, I think, 38 million customers, over 500 branches, over 1,000 agents. So actually 12,000 agents and the landscape of it. So all those are opportunities for danger, so to speak, in terms of from a privacy perspective. All those are areas where a compliance lapse could occur. When that reality dawns on you, you then now move towards building the structures that will help all these entities, or all these groups that you serve, the entire ecosystem that you operate in, and helping it do what is required in order to be compliant. So that's basically it.
Yeah, and with customers always complaining about the fact that they feel the data is being misused and everything, or they feel that the data is leaking out there. Do you ever come across such complaints? And how have you tried to deal with such things?
I think the critical thing is to realize that data protection laws gave a power shift to corporations. for a long time, when as an organization you had data about customers or one thing or the other, you felt that the power was with you. It is our data as a company. So and of course that creates an imbalance, a power imbalance, where the corporate has technically agreed a lot more power over what it can do with people's information. So these laws then come in to set a break between you, the organization, and the customer, and handing over power to the owner of the data. So the question comes, Rosemary, whose side are you on in terms of helping with data protection and compliance? The answer is you're on the side of ensuring that your business is compliant, even if it means having very difficult conversations with teams that are out to do various things, get more numbers, meet new clients. So there's always that creative tension that needs to be there. But at the end of it, when you do the right thing, you have customer trust and you win.
Yeah. You know, earlier on when we're having discussion, we're talking about the fact that thousands and millions of customer data, actually from Kenya, are leaking out there, which we're able to fetch easily from Telegram groups. And you're wondering where are they getting the data from? Further research with what we call password stealers is realizing that it's coming from the users. So it becomes very difficult to actually have a fight between, did the data leak from my computer or did the data leak from the person who actually was holding my data? And it's a catch-22, but we have to be able to actually understand that it's very difficult to determine where it's coming from when it comes to customer data that we've been using to log in and everything. Yeah.
Exactly, and it's about equipping your customers with the correct knowledge skills so that they can protect their information and so that they shield themselves and also you by extension.
Okay. Fidelis, you have been in the industry. You've dealt with banks. Banks come to you. You have conversation. And there's something which we always talk about when it comes to proactive security, right? We don't want to be reactive. We want to be proactive. When it comes to global compliance, right now, everybody is trying to be global. To comply with global strategies and global compliance strategies. What have you seen with the various banks as they're trying to do in terms of being able to adhere to such compliance strategies? Kenya right now, data protection is a very main thing. We've seen some people have been fined in Kenya. And I think some of you got happy, right? That your data cannot just be used for betting companies, or you get some random messages saying you've subscribed to something that you never did. What have you seen in the banking space when it comes to people adhering to such strategies?
You're right. There's been a push, especially since the enactment of the Data Protection Act, to ensure compliance, not just with the Act, but with a lot of other provisions and principles around the privacy and confidentiality of the information. The way I've seen the banking industry respond is threefold. There are those banks who are looking at it from a compliance perspective, where I am just making sure I don't get fined. And those ones just imply or apply the minimum effort to make sure that they are not fined. And unfortunately, that comes to bite them at the end of the day, because like Rosary mentioned, when the Data Protection Act came into effect, banks already had a lot of information, and previously they used to collect information without any protections to the consumer, so they could ask whatever they wanted of the customer. For example, if the customer came to the banking hall to open a bank account, the banks could ask a lot of information, and there was no check against it. There was no justification for asking, so they could ask for a lot of information. Now, when the Act came into force, it required the banks to do an analysis of not just the data you're collecting. You first must analyze the data you have, and then you have to look at it and justify why you have it. If you don't need it, you have to demonstrate that you are actually having a way of securely destroying it. And then secondly, there are those banks that looked at it as a process within their business and took it as an opportunity to review their business processes. So those proactive banks basically looked at their customer touch points, looked at the information they collect of their customers, and then analyzed it from a now privacy perspective and asked themselves the hard questions. Do we need this data? Do we have to keep it? Can we do without it? And those questions. And there are those then who have automated the processes to ensure that they are not relying on individual staff to enforce those compliance requirements. So those are the three different things I've seen in the industry and with different results as well.
All right, thank you so much. David, the previous panel was talking about thoughts of a CISO. And what Fidelis just talked about right now is people have to manually start thinking of what is private data, trying to segregate them from that. And we have seen a lot of challenges when we want, even there are CISOs in this room, and they still also don't have every information they need. It's becoming very difficult for CISOs to actually perform the functions alone or being able to even get the right team to perform works under them. Synomi has this virtual CISO solution that you've been providing for customers and everything. Maybe you can shed some light on what some of the ways that you see technology coming in to be able to assist in virtual CISO, because we want to be, proactivity is something we're really talking about right now in safeguarding privacy and in governance for organizations. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sure. So we all know that cybersecurity is difficult and complex, and there is a lack of talent, and there is not enough time. And every company, small and medium companies, need to have CISO, as large company has to have CISOs, and also CISOs in large companies. They need to do so many things that in a manual processes that takes too much time. And we think that there is so much knowledge out there of CISOs, the communities, frameworks, institutes. And if we take all this knowledge and take it to put it in a platform using AI and technology and help CISOs to understand, better understand, what are the gaps? What should they do in order to be better protected from cybersecurity perspective, but also from compliance perspective? There are hundreds of things that you need to do every day, or every month, or every year. How do you choose and how do you prioritize the things? How do you know if you are really protected? And I think that what Synomi is trying to do, together with Safaricom, is to help you understand what is your posture. Are you resilient? How much you are comply? And then to make better decisions and to spend the right time in the things that really matter. Because as you know, you could find so many things to do in order to be protected and in order to be secured.
Okay, just to follow up on that, how much data do we need for an organization to even come to realization of a virtual CISO? Must it be information from the company, or do you already have some data sets that you have worked with to make sure that it's a very smooth process if anybody is jumping onto a virtual CISO with AI implementation?
Yeah, so we're talking about governance here, and we're talking about the importance of frameworks. Frameworks are extremely important, and I think that framework, or the people that wrote those frameworks, are trying to take the best practices, general best practices, and help companies to be comply, and by being comply, to be secured. I think this is very good. It helps if you don't have anything, please follow. In the States, they're following the NIST CSF, ISO, and other frameworks. But I guess that if you want to understand how to prioritize, not the general cybersecurity guidelines, but to understand what your company needs, you must first make the right assessments using all the data that you could have. And this is objective data and subjective data. Objective data is taking data from your assets, from vulnerability scanning, from the data that you know and maybe you don't know, and then asking lots of questions about the people in the organization and create your landscape. And then when you understand where you stand and you understand that you want to follow some kind of framework, you could start to analyze and understand what are the next steps and what are the prioritization needed in order to be better secured and to create your roadmap to have a better compliance, to be better secured, to build your resilience.
I'm going to come back to the frameworks part of things because it's something that is a difficulty in trying to implement in organizations. I'll come back to you on that. So, Samuel, Safaricom some time back, I saw you implemented something to do with data minimization, which is minimizing the amount of data third parties collect to be able to actually make decisions or even give services to other people. And I find that interesting because there has been a lot of pushback from some people saying, we don't like it or we want it. Others have seen the benefits of actually minimizing data that we don't get to share so much of your phone number or your personal identifiable information with third parties easily. How has that been in Safaricom when it comes to security? Because that's a big issue when it comes to privacy.
Yeah, it's very true. The journey to data protection and to be specific, data minimization, it's quite a long journey that Safaricom took. And we normally put the customer at the center stage of the different activities that we do as an organization. So if you look at a case where maybe a customer is registering for a certain product or acquiring a certain product, of course, the idea of the MSSDA normally comes into place. So this is almost a unique identifier that we have as an organization. If this goes out to people outside there, maybe either from an integration perspective or it just gets into wrong hands, then one can use that to identify an individual. So, of course, internally, they're required for the systems to work, for customers to consume the services. So, in terms of the consent from the customer perspective, when you're getting to Safaricom and enjoying these services, the service, your entry point would most likely be an MSSDN that you need to use. So, for the third parties, for example, the financial sector, of course, they would also need such kind of information for them to do transaction. But do you need the whole amount of information for the services to work? In most cases, it's not the case. So what we've done now is to minimize or just reduce the amount of information that would share out. This one would help you also protect. You will not need to now deploy a lot of controls to protect the massive amount of information that you are gathering. Do you really need it in the first place? So that's the one question that you really need to ask yourself from an integration perspective. The number two, when you are using this service or consuming the product from an integration, either from a financial or just an external party, what controls do you implement at your side to enable your systems work, to enable you offer these services, but at the same time make the customer happy? Because at the end of the day, if the customer, you might give a very superb product in the market, but if certain information goes out there, either through LinkedIn, whatever means or whichever mechanism that this data can go out, it will be a very big problem to your organization. So doing damage control once data has gone out, and normally we say the internet doesn't forget. So once that data has gone out there, it doesn't matter the amount of explanation you give on who got it, how it got outside there. So of course, that's a big project that we have as an organization. So for us, we're just looking for the adoption of the minimization that we've applied in the organization. But there are other control measures that we still need to look at. The minimization is one thing, but the other bit is that from an access perspective, who needs access to data? So normally, you can't, for example, leak or expose what you don't have access to. So normally, that's normally the very big entry point when even you are talking about the data privacy. So adequate access control measures are being implemented at organizational level and even to the customers. So today when you transact and the bank gives you a full statement telling you whom you transacted to, or even on the side, telling you whom you've been interacting with. Day one, you might be happy, but as time goes by, you start questioning that same data that you're getting. So from a customer delightment perspective, that will start to erode with time as you try to bombard them with a lot of information that they might not need.
Yeah. Just a follow-up on that. Is it a one-way handshake or a two-way handshake? Because integrating with some third parties, you might be able to do your work on your side in being able to protect customer data in terms of data minimization, but are you seeing a very good uptake from the other side that they are actually integrating properly? Because if they're also not doing their side of work, then I think we are not successfully being able to implement this.
It's true. It's a two-way traffic. On our side, we'll do the minimization, and that is just one aspect of data protection. So we do a lot on our side to protect
customer data. Now, on the other side, from the integrators, the same thing. The matters of cyber hygiene needs to come into place, so that even from a technical perspective, are you protecting entirely this ecosystem that this data is residing, even from the database? So let's say you're using a standard database like maybe Oracle, just to give an example. This data is residing there. So if I was smart, I would do a lot of maybe SQL statements to put all this data together from what you've gotten from third parties and what you've developed internally, just to make some logic or some sense from this information. And that is what now the attackers need. Once you give them that information that is fully refined for them to consume, then it's like now they have hit the jackpot in terms of what they're looking for. So it's a two-way journey for us to give this full protection to the customer information.
Okay. I know we're almost running out of time. Time moves so fast. But I still want to ask some questions. Right now, we're in the essence of innovation. How many of you wear glasses? I can see a few of you. I don't wear glasses, but I always put this on because these are AI-enabled glasses, which I'm able to ask questions about who's in front of me. I'm able to pick up calls. I'm able to give instructions. I'm able to actually do a lot of work with the Ray-Ban Meta glasses. This is innovation. The other day, I saw somebody on X who basically coded, wrote an extra code that when they look at you, it actually does a facial reverse engineering recognition of your face, tells me who you are, tells me what information it can find about you online, and basically gets to fetch information about you. Because with this, I'm actually recording as we speak. None of you know that, do you? Now, with AI and innovation and technological advances that we are seeing right now, where does that come to play in the banking space? Because you want to innovate, you don't want to be stagnant, you're churning out new tools and the likes. Where does KCB see itself? Because you also want to make informed decisions and also have a few things like preventing fraud, preventing attacks. And you have all of this data and compliance. Where does the AI and innovation come into play when it comes to governance and privacy?
Thanks. And I'll make it very practical. Do you have my consent to record me with your glasses? Yeah? Just speaking as a customer. Yeah? Let's switch sides. You're KCB.
Well,
you're
let me stop
KCB.
recording.
I am the... Yeah? You're the corporate now, eh? I'm the customer.
Yes.
And remember I mentioned, privacy is about a power shift. Always thinking about yourself from the side of the customer.
Yeah.
So as your customer, first and foremost, have we established a social, a real contract or a social contract around how my data will be used? Now, once we do that, we get now into the agreements, the terms and conditions, and even how I can exercise my rights.
Yeah.
To ensure that at one point, whenever I feel that don't use my data anymore, that can be done. Another thing is privacy by design. How then do we build privacy into products as we incorporate AI? And there was an ethical question that was asked earlier. How then do we consider, as we train our AI models, what data sets are they using? Are we ensuring that there are no biases? Because as a financial services institution, you end up with issues that cause significant legal effects to people.
Yeah.
It means it will determine the neighborhood I will live in, the things I can afford. So just the normal biases that we have as human beings on steroids. So it's about, of course, leveraging this for technology, for advancement, even for risk management. But at the end of the day, always remembering that it doesn't matter what technology you have in, there are particular regulations that give power back to the human being, and that must be adhered to as you do it. But of course, taking advantage of it to give better services, hyper-personalization, open finance.
Open banking.
And also giving people the best that they can from their data. So it's a flip side. So you give out your consent, but at the end of the day now, the entities, the financial services providers, are able to provide you so much more than your regular banking service, including insurance and so on and so forth. So it's a trade-off.
Yeah, can I ask a very interesting question? We have seen the EU has been able to sanction a lot of big organizations when it comes to privacy and data protection. Where do you see the future of somewhere like Kenya being able to implement, or Africa to implement such a thing? Because we are at a place where every day my phone even knows what to block, because there are so many random messages to shops to shop Zetu, for example. I don't shop there. I have never shopped there, but somehow I'm getting messages from there. It's a women clothing shop line. So where does that come in? What do you see, just briefly, what do you think is the future of such sanctions coming in?
I think we've already seen it.
Okay.
We've already seen entities being fined for unsolicited messaging. We're already seeing, we're already seeing it. We're already seeing even corporations being asked questions about how they handle data, like employee data, and things so on and so forth. So it's not hypothetical anymore. It's moved from hypothetical to quickly practical. And what does that mean for corporations? You need to review all your processes and all your systems to see, are my actions putting us in the line of fire by virtue of the processes and systems that we've set in? So it's about relooking everything you do as an organization and making sure that you're protected. And if you're a data subject, there's a website where you can report a violation.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Okay. As we take questions from online and maybe two from the audience, I just want to ask David about the frameworks that you've talked about. Frameworks are very difficult to be able to implement into organizations, and it's because people don't even understand where to start from. Somebody wants COVID 5, another wants ISO 27001, and they still have problems. Others want NIST framework and the likes. Where do you see a virtual CISO being able to assist in some of these things? Because we want to be able to reduce the risks from all angles, and it's such a very difficult thing to even know which framework am I adopted in my organization. Basically, how do we start?
Okay, maybe I'll start with a story. I've been visiting one end customers in the US, a billion-dollar company with a CISO, small organization, it's a transportation company. And he told me that he decided to follow the NIST CSF as a framework. He downloaded the 100, 200 pages, trying to follow, and he just didn't know what to do. Yeah. So it's difficult. What we are trying to do with the virtual CISO service is to make this process simpler. So to take the legal language, to take the people that write this regulation of frameworks, and to make it more comprehensible for every CISO or security expert. And I think that following a framework is important. Yeah. As a starting point, it doesn't really matter which framework to start with. Take the easy one that you could start with. It could be, I know in the US, they take the CIS version 8, yeah, or the NIST CSF. In Europe, the NIST 2 it's not only a framework, it's a regulation. Yes. So everybody is with the NIST 2. And I think that taking that and trying to make the adaptation and to understand how it reflects and what is the prioritization that you should do as a company, not only to follow the framework, but really being secured. And this is the way that the virtual CISO is helping you by following the framework, but understand what is more important, what is less important. Everything should be done eventually, yeah, but what to do first and what to do second. And doing this assessment first and understanding what are the gaps of your company. So maybe in the access, you are 8 out of 10, but in awareness, you are 2 out of 10. Yeah. You should start in awareness and not doing more controls in access. So understanding all your, the overall posture, understanding what are the cyber domains that you should focus on, and make in parallel the mapping from the cybersecurity to the different frameworks and regulation. This is the art.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, it's, like I said, it's not an easy thing to implement some of those frameworks. You have a long list and you want to tick everything off. And I've seen organizations who tell you they have ISO 27001, but they still have very basic things that they've not been able to attend to. I don't know if we can just take 2 questions at once and it should be answered at the same time, and then we can get some final word on that. Questions?
Can I start off with one?
Yes.
I know I'm an MC, but I just want to chime into this. But just wanted to find out, even as a customer wants to develop or also review their governance, where do they start? Okay. If you can be able to guide us on that, right, then I can come to the next delegate.
Okay. Yes, I can take that.
Maybe we can maybe they might be related, so let's take another one. Yes.
Afternoon. Javan Kagasi, Enterprise Risk, Bank of Africa. Now, my question is on third-party reviews. On a monthly, I normally check reviews on people whom we have onboarded in terms of their services that they provide. So how can you, maybe if you can give us a way of engaging third parties in terms of the reviews, everything that they handle to us. Let's say like if party A provides cybersecurity services, so how can we ensure that they actually have this particular service that on their side, also to ensure that we don't have a risk on our side, because for our banking sector, we have controls on our side, but what about the third party?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think Rosemary will take the first question, and Fidelity will take the second one. Okay, then I have one question to ask all of you as the last talking point right after this.
Okay. Thanks, Ian, for your question. And I think it's a really important one. The first thing is analyze your operations. What exactly do you do? What are your customer touch points? What is your profile as an entity? With privacy laws, you go back to those things you do naturally, but from a lens of what does this mean in terms of data subject rights and all that. So first of all, how many data subjects do you address? How many of them do you handle? What personal data do you manage, from collection, processing, to destruction? Then from that now you build. Of course, depending on the country you're operating from, it can be GDPR in Europe, it can be Kenya, it can be Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda. Look at now the laws. What do they say? Do you need to register? Then what kind of frameworks do you need to build? Those are actually set aside and codified in legislation and regulation in most of those jurisdictions. So, but it has to be tailor-made to what you do as an entity. So that's the first step. Yeah. Then after that, now put in structures that then feed the various roles that are undertaken. For example, in banking, you have retail that handle customers. You have corporates that handle large customers. You have legal, those teams that do procurement and all that. Then now you feed compliance into each one of those, ensure that there's adequate reporting, and then fixing as you move ahead. There are those which are new, and then now there are those legacy. The bank I work for is 128, 6 years old. Yeah, it's quite old. Yeah, so it's about working where you are right now and then seeing how then do we fix backwards. Thanks.
From a compliance perspective in terms of third parties, there are several things to consider, especially in the banking industry. The first thing is the prudential guidelines of the central bank place on you as a financial institution. You are responsible for whatever you outsource. So you cannot say my responsibility ends here. You must know what controls you actually are giving to the other person and what risks they are bringing into your business. The same thing with the Data Protection Act. It requires that if you have outsourced a service to a vendor, for example, in this case, you have outsourced your CISO services, or they call them, what is this term they like using, SOC. These are, yes, managed SOC. The fact that you have outsourced it doesn't mean you are not responsible for the failures of that SOC to secure the data. So you really must do your due diligence. You must get whatever is necessary for you to assure yourself as a CISO that you are outsourcing to the right person. And that has not been removed. It in fact becomes a bigger problem. And that is why most banks are actually not going for third parties. They are preferring to buy solutions and put them in because they believe they have controls. There's a problem we have. A lot of people are running services on the cloud, and it's not very clear where the responsibility, there's something they are calling the shared responsibility model. A lot of Kenyan organizations don't seem to understand the shared responsibility model. A lot of them are not sure. Some of us don't even know where that cloud is. You know it is somewhere, but you don't know where exactly. So if the central bank tells you, bring the data, you don't know where to go. If that guy fails and that cloud provider fails, you don't know what to do. Those are the things we are trying to protect by putting the regulations to ensure that you yourself understand the risks that you are giving by outsourcing that service to somebody else. And if you can take care of that, and if you are in any doubt, don't outsource it. Just do without it. It's better to avoid that than to take the risk. That's what I would say.
All right, so thank you very much. We're going to, you can add something, but as you add, I want you to answer the 10 seconds question. Do you think privacy is dead? Do you? Yeah.
Privacy is dead.
Do you think privacy is dead? It will be a 10 answer question to everybody as we wind up.
So let me start with the third party. Yeah, so first I'm glad to inform you that at Safaricom we offer third-party assessment. So you have an assurance team that can help you go to a customer, whoever you are integrating with, maybe through an API or whatever it is, to do for you an assurance. The other bit is not just from the framework and the standards that are already available, maybe relying on such, because sometimes you might want to do a very comprehensive technical assessment at a third-party site, but that is technically not possible. Like today, if you say you want to go to Cloudflare and do for them a vulnerability assessment, I don't think they'll open up and say, these are our IPs, you scan them. Yeah, but there are other ways in which you can achieve this, maybe through the SOC 2 report. If you can able to get that, at least to some extent, you've done some bit of due diligence in terms of getting the third-party assurance. Yeah, but talk to us so that we can see on how to support in terms of the assessment on the assurance side. Yeah, so Bright, in terms of whether privacy is dead, I think privacy is here to stay with us for a long time, as long as we are still using data, or as long as information is being shared. We normally say there's no secrecy between two people. So once I have info and I've shared it with someone, I've already lost privacy to that kind of information. Now it all depends on how we need to control it. So what we need to do now is just from an organization perspective, whether we have the right governance in place to deal with, whether we are also educating our customers on how to handle their private information, because again, it starts with you as the end user or the consumer, maybe as this kind of information goes through the chain of use, maybe in the business ecosystem and also in the country. Yeah, so I want to believe we still have a long way to go and a lot of work still to do in terms of the privacy phenomenon.
All right, thank you. David, under 20 seconds.
Thanks. I think privacy is dying, but will be never dead. And I think that privacy is very expensive for all of us, and I recommend you not to lose your customers' data.
Thank you.
Privacy is not dead, it is morphing. The way we deal with private information is changing. The things we are putting to protect privacy are changing, but eventually everybody wants to be private. So yes, it's not dead.
Rosemary?
I think the thoughts that we should be having is that it's not going anywhere, because there's attention, hyper-personalization, hyper-connectivity, everything on steroids, including AI, but the individuals wanting to making sure that they are respected in the spaces that they want to, and they want to interact with platforms in particular ways. So the winning entity is that person who will deliver that, but in a concierge sort of way that the customer is kept happy. So privacy is not about to go anywhere. And if you don't build structures to ensure privacy, just have a budget set aside to pay fines.
So my take is I think privacy it's almost dead but not dead, right? It's not going anywhere. There are so many places that we have integrations that you can fetch information. There's actually a website, not to say the name, but if you put your email address or username or phone number, it searches 351 sources to find out everything about you and map it out. So again, sometimes they mask the information, other times they show the information that you've willingly have been given out. So there's governance, there's a law, there's a lot of awareness and education that we have to be able to do when it comes to governance and privacy. And in the near future, I hope and believe that everybody who is seated here will be able to take this as a very core part of their business and be able to implement that for all their customers. The customer is the one you go to first. They're the ones helping you to make your business. And I hope that we can actually take that very seriously as we get to proceed with the kind of operations that we run. I want to thank all my panelists for being able to engage me on this panel. I hope it has been a fruitful conversation. I wish we had more time because there's a lot of questions that I wanted to ask, but we are still around to be able to have this conversation further, and looking forward to further conversations. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you to our panelists. Yes, yes, let's take a group photo. As they take the photo with the lovely smiles, delegates, let's appreciate them with a round of applause. Thank you for your insight on that particular conversation. Also just working backwards as we foster forward when it comes to cybersecurity governance. Thank you, Rosemary. Thank you, our well-able moderator, Bright, helping us to better understand our systems, working backwards as we foster forward, and also making sure that we can be able to outsource right. Ladies and gentlemen, after lunch, we'll have a breakout session, and I'm going to give you further guidance on where exactly we'll be having the breakout sessions and also the topics that we are going to cover, and they are going to be quite exciting, and we will make sure that even to our online audience, they will not be left behind on that. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go to our next conversation, which is on fortify your cyber security. One of the things that I appreciate, even before I call forward our next speaker, one of the things that I feel that would be ideal would be a lovely holiday, just taking a cruise, be lost in sea. How many of us here would love to go on the sea and just take a cruise? It's been a long year, but to just get lost in the sea for like a month. Let me see by a show of hands. How many would love that? Just 1 month, phones off, going out there, enjoying the lovely cruise, just enjoying the sea, the breeze, and just have a fantastic time in there. One of the things that you'll realize is that even as you go out in the sea, it is only the captain of that particular ship who is able to look back and see the strides that they have made even as they continue going forward. And that is why I appreciate the next speaker when it comes to being a leader and always looking back at taking stock of how far we have gone. Fortify your cyber security. And also we appreciate Fortinet for being a gold sponsor for this particular event. Please, let's appreciate the Fortinet team with a round of applause. I know they have their booth right outside there, but for the ones who are here, Diana, I see you. Please, let's kindly just rise to our feet just to appreciate our gold sponsors. Yes, thank you, Diana. Let's give them a round of applause one more time. I am also a certified associate of Fortinet. I know most of the people would think that I'm just entertaining here, but I have my certifications also closed, so I definitely agree when it comes to getting the certifications and also moving in step with the continuous learning. Fortify your cybersecurity. That's our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a man who brings deep expertise and also strategic acumen and has been instrumental in driving growth of Fortinet's presence across the region. He has, that's for sure, a remarkable track record in cybersecurity. And one of the things that definitely stands out is his passion for innovation. His leadership has not only empowered organizations to secure the digital landscapes, but also set new benchmarks for excellence in the industry. A true visionary leader at the forefront of cybersecurity in East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, help me appreciate with a warm round of applause the country manager, East Africa at Fortinet, the one and only. You see him, you definitely know him as he comes forward, the one and only Mr. Imran Chaudhry. Let's appreciate Mr. Imran Chaudhry with a warm round of applause. Thank you, Imran. We are glad to have you here. We look forward to your insights on this particular conversation of Fortify Your Cyber Security, and we are confident that you're best placed to come and give us these particular remarks. Welcome once again, Imran. Please, let's appreciate him one more time with a round of applause. Thank you, Imran.
Good morning. Good morning. So that's the threat actor checking for vulnerabilities. Ping, I'm in your network. Hi, everyone. I know it's been a long morning, lots of content. I'm told I'm the last person between you and lunch, so I'm going to be very quick. We're going to quickly cover something about Fortinet. So a little bit about Fortinet. We are a global security vendor. We are a pure play vendor, so we don't do anything outside cyber. We've been in the business for the last 21 odd years and constantly innovating new technology that's out for our customers to deploy, to mitigate risk across all their environments. We've got a whole footprint across globally. I like to talk more about where we are in Kenya, East Africa. We have an established office here out of Nairobi, Kenya, where we have 22 people based out of here that look after the 9 countries around Kenya. We have a whole team of technical, back office, channel, and sales that now come out to meet our customers to help you understand your cybersecurity journey and your maturity model where you are in terms of cyber. So what are we doing that's different from everyone else? Our strategy is building the broadest platform. We understood this a long time back that customers are going to have to cover a lot of attack surfaces. And to do that, they will need multiple solutions to be able to cover that threat landscape. So what Fortinet has done over time is we've constantly innovated, R&D'd right out of our own labs and brought solutions out to market. So we've got 50 plus products with under 10 of them being acquisitions. So we are quite a strong technical company and we bring the technical story out to our customers. So what it is that R&D do for us that keeps our customers smiling is they're constantly innovating. We're trying to stay ahead of the threat landscape. We're constantly building new features in, SASE, Zero Trust. We're building cloud in, we're building inline ransomware inspection. So all these things are constantly coming out of our R&D labs. And Fortinet is a big investor back into R&D. So a lot of our revenue goes back into product development, new solutions, and where the market is going, what is trending out there, and what customers are doing in terms of their technology landscapes. So an interesting slide here. We're the only vendor with a single OS across the entire networking quadrants. So everything from firewall, switching Wi-Fi, we've got extenders. So the whole portfolio now has a single OS. This is a complete game changer for customers. What does this mean? It means you've got 5 or 6 different solutions with one OS, excuse me, with one OS, one dashboard, one panel, one set of security policies. So as a user, I can move from site to site, from geo to geo. I can move from wired to wireless and still have the same policies applied to me. This is a big game changer for IT. This gives you peace of mind knowing that you are able to see where your users are, what they're doing, what those devices are doing, and you're able to have a proper audit trail on how to go back when you are mitigating against risk. So we're pretty big on AI, and I guess everyone else is, and we're all racing to come up with stable platforms that can now help our customers. So why is AI machine learning coming into cyber? The problem we have is customers are not able to invest in people fast enough. So you're not going to have a SecOps team of 30 people. You're not going to have an incident response team. You're not going to have a blue team, a purple team. You're not going to have responders. It's too expensive for the business to have all of these people in-house at any one time. The number of threats is rising. I mean, I've stopped keeping count. There was a time, one of the tabs on my browser used to be the Fortinet FortiGuard threat intel page. And I used to enjoy looking at what is out there. Now, I'm overwhelmed. The page moves so fast that I find myself scrolling down to read about a particular threat. So that tells you we as humans can no longer do it on our own. So machine learning AI is in here. We are now investing in different types of AI. We've got network, we've got LLM, we've got all kinds of different platforms that we're building into our solutions. Now, as a customer, you probably get an upgrade. Comes with AI machine learning. If you're new coming into Fortinet, buying our solutions, you will get machine learning AI built in. completely changes how you look at threat across your environment, changes how you are able to identify threat. You're able to identify what that threat is going to do. And the machine learning plugs into our cloud where we have a whole bunch of data about these threats, and we're able to then send it back to you, and you're able to make informed decisions. Now, this is the page that I'd really like to spend time on. I work for Fortinet. I've been here for 10 years. I promise you, I've never walked into a customer office with a Fortinet datasheet or a Fortinet PowerPoint presentation. I like to come see customers with these Gartner Quadrant guides. This is very important. This is an independent opinion of where you are in terms of your maturity of your solution. It's important for customers to also spend time on these guides, because this is a third-party view of what we can do and what we can't do, what we're good at and what are we bad at. So as the budget owner, please take time to read this. You will completely change how you are investing in cybersecurity. Lots of new vendors coming in, lots of new technologies coming in. We are now discussing SASE with all of you. I mean, just the other day I was discussing Zero Trust, and now it's SASE. Last week it's CNAP. So it's evolving so quickly that I've actually set a calendar reminder on my Outlook to make 20 minutes a day just to catch up with Fortinet content. That's how quickly cybersecurity vendors, including Fortinet, are moving across. We've got a large install base across East Africa. We've now officially crossed 3,700 customers across East Africa, all the way from home, small, medium, SME, large, VLE, very large enterprise customers. And they have a piece of our technology sitting in different parts of their networks and their data centers. And one of the things that I enjoy hearing from them is that the platform works well. That they have very little, they have to put in very little effort to configure things. They have very little time, very little effort to fix problems that pop up. And they enjoy the fact that it does the job that it's been designed to do, and they're running with it. So back to this slide, we are constantly innovating. We have the largest number of security patents in the US office. So what does this mean? We're constantly looking for new ways to bring technology out to our customers. AI, machine learning, SASE, Zero Trust, CNAP up in the cloud. We're looking at how to change our secure SD-WAN. So a lot of stuff happening around the Fortinet portfolio, and I think the next 10 years in cyber are going to be very exciting for everyone, especially for people like us who sit on the vendor side, because you'll see all this new tech coming in that's going to help your customers enjoy, help them mitigate, help them defend themselves against threats and all. So we collaborate a lot. Security is not a single vendor story anymore. It's a shared responsibility. We can no longer help you with threat data alone. So we share threat data amongst collaboration partners. We are pledging net zero. We also want to have summer when it's summer, winter when it's winter. We don't want it to switch around. Yeah, we enjoy our summers. We take them very seriously. So we have a pledge to make sure that all our production and the entire process in between follows some kind of net zero policy. So we also want to make sure that we spend a lot of time training. Training is a big issue. At East Africa, the East Africa office, we are constantly running trainings every Wednesday and Thursday with customers and our reseller network, the Safaricom team, to try and enable them, to empower them on how to design, how to deploy, and most importantly, support you. And that's where Safaricom comes in a very big way. So what's changing? What's creating the buzz around cybersecurity? Why are we all here? We've turned off our laptops, we've turned off our phones, we've got our notepads in front of us. Customers are on a transformation path. Every single one of our customers wants to automate their workflows. They want to be able to seamlessly receive an order from a customer, goes into their ERP, processes the entire order, warehousing knows, manufacturing knows, logistics knows, the banks receive the payment, and the entire transaction has been reconciled for payables and receivables. Unfortunately, my background is I was an accountant before I became a salesperson. I actually look at your P&Ls. Many of my customers, I look at your profit and loss statements online before I come and see you. You're all doing well. Thank you. So these customers want this automation. They want to run a 24/7 business. They want to be able to grow their revenues. And the push is growth and expansion. To get there, IT is the enabler. IT is now being tasked to get that job done. And as they do that, they're starting to face new challenges. The first challenge is, I bought a product version 11. By the time I open the Uganda office, it's version 14. And now I'm scratching my head, and that's why I have no hair. How am I going to get 11 and 14 to talk? Different OSs, different platforms, different features, different configurations, and the customer is left with a problem. Then you're told, I was playing golf in Tanzania, we need to open an office there tomorrow. And you call your vendor, it tells you, yeah, okay, God, now we're on version 16. This product now is Gen 16. So you have this new problem where you've got all this tech coming in, and it's creating a huge complexity. Now, I thought it was an East Africa problem, but I think it's a global problem. A lot of technology owners still have legacy systems. And they tell you, we're not going to switch off that database because it has the CEO's mobile number on it. So we can't turn it off, Imran, just in case he wants to check. And that legacy ERP is no longer supported by anyone. But it's live, it's on your environment, it's on your network, it has an IP, it's being accessed by someone. And this mix and match is creating a whole problem. So on top of all of this, we're sitting with you and saying, we now need to lock all of this down. So here comes a whole new problem. And then we tell you, you've got to buy 50 plus products to really think you are secure to a certain point. You can defend against known threats and APTs. The other problem is the threat landscape is evolving faster than we can say hello. So all of a sudden, you are buying infrastructure. Now you're buying cloud. Now many of you are talking about cloud redundancy. You're going AWS, you're going Azure, you're going Ali, you're going GCP. Many of you sit down with us and tell us, how do I don't invest in machine learning AI, I want to use a third party, how do I secure all my data moving up and down? And so these interesting discussions are creating a whole problem around how we help you secure your environment. To top of all of that, you've got the regulator asking you now to comply. ISO, you've got PCI DSS, you've got manufacturing standards. So it's very interesting how all of these are now coming into play to help you lock down all of these things. On top of this, this is what you look like. So all of a sudden, you went from IT in a room to IT in a building, IT across the road, and now I'm not sure where you are. So your network is my mobile device, my home, my car, my cafe, my customer's office, your branch network, your cloud. All of a sudden, your network has edges everywhere. And now you've got to make all those edges high speed. You've got to make all those edges talk to themselves because your user wants to be able to access data at any one time. Over and above this, your users are changing. The behavior has completely changed. I used to like calling it work from X. I'm not sure what the hell it is anymore. And this is all thanks to COVID. COVID changed our behavior. It allowed us to be agile. So work from X used to be my famous coined word. Now, I'm not sure. I'm still Googling for another one. So we are now working anywhere, anytime, anyhow. You can wake up at 3 in the morning, fetch a glass of water, and you can have checked 3 emails on your way back to your bed. That's what we're doing now. On top of this, we've changed how we do applications. ERPs are moving to the cloud. On-prem is not the thing anymore. Integration into API is the new thing now. Everyone wants to API into the other API. And the problem with APIs is we do not have any consistency. One developer does a great job, the other doesn't. And then we have a circus. And I'll buy you the coffee and the donuts while we figure out what went wrong upstream or downstream. We are now looking at third-party software as a service. Swipe your card and you're up. You have a CRM running, salesforce.com, amazing. Don't have to worry about dev, don't have to worry about customization, and you're up and running. But now here's the problem. You are accessing all of that, and IT want to know what you're doing. So we're now looking at a whole new environment. You're looking at securing the users, you're looking at securing devices, you're looking at securing data moving north, south, east, west. You're looking at securing third party. You're looking at working with Salesforce, Azure, Microsoft on how do you secure your data up in their cloud or their space. And this is now going to keep getting more complex. It's getting more complex because you're adding IoT into your environment. Once upon a time, building CCTV, smart parking, electric fence was not IT's problem. Voila. CCTV sits next to your expensive ERP system. Here's even the funny one. Biometric and facial recognition sit in the same data center as your core applications. You are not building a second or a third data center and saying, IoT, building management, off you go, sitting there. Because of space, because of time, because of cost and budget, you go take that cable and you plug it into your core switch, and you give it a VLAN and a subnet, and you say, this is CCTV. But the problem is, this stuff does not talk IT. It doesn't use bits and bytes, if you remember back in school. It's using a different language. And so all of a sudden now, this traffic needs to go through your network, and you've got to inspect it. So that complexity is also now coming into your environment, and we've got to help you lock down. So where are we moving? Convergence. Everything wants to converge. Customers want to converge because of time, because of budget, because of effort. They want to be able to try and reduce the number of technologies they have inside their data center. They're looking more towards platforms. Platforms are now where customers want to invest. What's a platform? You have your firewall, your switching, your Wi-Fi, your SD-WAN, your ZTNA, and your SASE. That's one platform. Single vendor, single OS, single management, but it's plug and play. I also have another one. It's called plug and play. Choice is yours. So this platform is starting to look like this. We're starting to see some form of segmentation on the platform. The edge is starting to take shape. The applications area is starting to take place. The DC application is looking like one. And SecOps is coming in as a big play into this platform. So like I said, we've got 50 plus products. I'm not going to spend much time here. They all sit into this area. Many of you are looking there and thinking, my God, we will never buy those things. And I'm going to reply back to you. I heard you guys. I heard you. There was a silent whisper. No, never. Here's the answer to that. You will find yourself there. Either a threat actor will make you buy, compliance will make you do, or you will find yourself exposed. And you will be forced to move through this journey. I always like telling customers, it's for East Africa, you're a very good place. You had early days in cyber. We have a few very mature customers in East Africa who are struggling with this problem because they invested in a lot of standalone vendors. And now they're coming into this platform issue where they're asking, how do we consolidate these vendors into one platform? And vendors are also struggling to say, okay, that's a good question. How do we talk? And all of this is happening in the background, but many of you are in a place where you can start this journey. So reach out to the Safaricom team. They run a platform workshop for 1 hour, 30 minutes every Wednesday. They are happy to book you in, and they will walk you through. This is a short map of where customers began, from just simple firewalls all the way to where we are now. And everything's moving to platform and a managed service. So how many of you know Safaricom is the biggest MSS player in East Africa? How many? I would, because they ride on Fortinet, and I appreciate that. So they are one of our largest MSS players. That team is managed out of the HQ. Fidis is our main contact there. Please reach out to them. They do a fantastic job. They will sit you down and show you where you have your gaps and where they can plug in and assist you. Like I said, this is a shared responsibility now, and you've got to reach out to see how you can work with them. AI is really big. We are processing 6 million plus threats. I think the last time I checked, this is now going to almost an hour. So our AI machine learning and up in our DCs and our clouds is constantly processing data that's now sent back to you in terms of threat intel, in terms of security updates, so that we can keep you safe and secure when you're using the Fortinet portfolio. We've opened up quite a bit. So Fortinet allows DevOps, we allow APIs. We've got 700 plus integration partners now, and the list is growing. The most recent one, as of last week, was the Fortinet CloudStrike one. I'm really excited about that one. And we will reach out to you and speak to you about how that plays out. So all of these guys have some way or the other of connecting back into the Fortinet platform, and we're able to share threat data, and we're able to now run playbooks to help you block known threats across the environment. Services are very important. Guys, you can get away with murder on server storage networking. We have enough expertise in Kenya. You can miss oxygen, but you will not miss a superstar on server storage network. Do you all agree with me? Find me a seasoned threat hunter. Find me someone who's going to sit down with you and create an incident response plan. Find me someone who's going to create a 24-month platform strategy for you. We still have a problem with our learning institutions. They have not even incorporated cybersecurity as a program. We don't have a university offering undergrad in cyber or a master's. So you can see the problem we have, and this is why security vendors always talk about services. It's a value add to our customers. How do you build on expertise that we have internally to now roadmap your security journey? By the way, they're not expensive. They're pretty cool guys. For a couple of $1 million, I'm only joking. But they're decent. They have some really good, interesting things that they do. You need to reach out, and we'll talk to you about that. So this is what it looks like. The platform's going to be talking to each other. We have a lot of integration in how everything sits and plays. Please reach out to Safaricom. They are one of our biggest resellers in Kenya. They support a lot of these technologies. They have, I can tell you, they take their certifications very seriously. From all our resellers across East Africa, I really respect that about Safaricom. They have very highly trained people to come in and sit down and listen to you and understand where your pain points are and walk you through the platform journey for you to see what is it you need to plug in. Likewise, you can also reach out to the Fortinet team. I see many friends and familiar faces here. Santeni. Reach out to us. We are happy to book you in. I'm always excited to talk to you about what the next threat is, how do we help you, and how do we get you to a secure place. I was told not to take any Q&As here. I'll be at the booth in case you want to chat and catch up. Fidis just winked at me and said it's lunch hour, so I'm going to excuse myself. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for that, Imran. Please, let's appreciate country manager, Fortinet, East Africa, also our gold sponsor. We appreciate also the fantastic job that you do in supporting the enterprise clients that are across this particular region. And thank you for also sharing your wisdom nuggets when it comes to fortify your cybersecurity. Your unwavering support is highly appreciated. Great. We have come to the last part of the program before we can be able to break for our lunch. But once we go for lunch, we shall have our breakout sessions. The first two breakouts are going to be on the first floor. So we have, the first session is going to be by Cloudflare, that you can be able to see on the screen. And that is going to be guided by Damit King Harry, Solutions Architect at Cloudflare, who will discuss on the application security with a key focus on examining the attack trends in the financial services. And this is going to be happening at Elgon 1. The other one is going to be at Elgon 2. That is going to be led by Ivan Signolo, Team Leader, SC Sales Manager at Fortinet. And the topic of discussion is going to be on demystifying zero trust access strategies. That is at Elgon 2. And then finally, our host Safaricom, led by Chris Okeo. He's the principal cybersecurity at Safaricom. He will be here to guide us on the cyber clinic, secure design, and also architecting strategies. For our online guests, we delegates, we'll make sure that we also have you covered because we're going to have an experiential zone tour that is also going to be led very well by Victoria from Safaricom. Victoria, you're here. All right, please just wave at the delegates, who's also a fantastic MC. She is going to make sure that she can be able to guide us on the tour that is going to be handled. This is going to be a very good opportunity for our online delegates to have a value, to understand the value proposition of our partners who are here. And Victoria Wangeshi is going to guide us on that particular part. Even as we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, in your tags, you will notice at the back of your tag, there is a QR code that is there. We are kindly requesting if you can be able to scan that particular QR code so that we can be able to receive your feedback on this particular event. We would like to hear from you, and it's quite important for us so that we can continue scaling up even as we proceed. As we break for lunch, lunch is going to be at the Ladder restaurant, and I know our team is going to make sure that they can be able to give you the vouchers even as we head out. But before we get into that particular point, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a group photo. But first of all, even before I call us forward, I'd like to confirm if our media team is here, if our fantastic, yes, you are here. We want to make sure that we can be able to take a group photo of all of us right here at the front. And I'm confident that we can be able to make it happen. We have a very good representation of delegates here, but now we'll make sure that we can be able to achieve that particular photo with all of us here at the front. So please, you can be able to come and join me. For those who had a calling to join basketball but decided to go into technology, please would request if you can come to the very far end here. We want to see if we can be able to create at least 2 lines, and also some of us can be here. All right, DJ Lace, you can give us some light music as we invite all of us, all the delegates, please come and join me on stage. We want to make sure that we can be able to get this fantastic group photo of us even as we proceed. All right, and as we say in Swahili, karibuni sana. Thank you. I can also see that some of us are also still filling the feedback form via the QR code. Our partners also have, there's a QR code at every booth that is there. Please also feel free to fill in that QR code, and then we can proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, come and join me on stage so that we can be able to take the group photo, and this is going to be a fantastic memorabilia going forward of having captains of industry right here. All right, fantastic. The very tall at the back, then we'll create another line here, then the third line behind the seats, and the fourth line is going to be right here on the seats. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you, delegates. Come and join me. Come and join me on stage. We are at hand also to guide you and assist you when it comes to the breakout sessions right after the lunch. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I don't know what she's doing to me.
Thank you. For this photo, we want to make sure that we can have all of us right here. This also, one line behind the seats is also open for us. Cynthia, please join us here at the seats. Frieza Kilonzo, please join us. join us here. All right, so media team will give me a thumbs up once we have everyone in there. So we'll say Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit at the count of 3. I will put AI who will bring me there. All right, so at the count of 3, 2, 1, Cybersecurity Summit, all right? So I'm going to count again. Once I get to 1, I want you to say Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit with a lovely smile. In 3, 2, 1. All right. Again, like a politician, in 3, 2, 1. Are we good on that? All right. One more. Cybersecurity Summit. Let me give you one for TikTok, please. Before we break, we are a tech company. I want you to just have a conversation with the person sitting next to you, standing next to you. Shake their hand, compliment them, tell them you like their hair, they like their tie, smile with them, shake their hands. Yes, have a conversation. Tell them you're buying them lunch, all right? All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. We're going to have lunch at the ladder. We're done with this part. You're going to get your voucher right at the registration desk from our team. They're going to make sure that they give you the lunch voucher as you have your lunch. We are hopeful that we can be able to start our breakout sessions in exactly 1 hour's time. So it is 1:42. We want to start our breakout at exactly 2:42. Thank you.
Hey guys, good afternoon. I hope you're keeping well. Welcome back to the Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. We are live at Radisson Blu, where we were having a lot of experts who were in the room telling us all about cybersecurity, how we're going to protect, how we're going to defend our businesses, and it's been an amazing and exciting session. With us, you know one thing about Safaricom, we are very big on collaboration, and it's very important for us to work with partners. We can't even protect each and every one of you, not all of you, but because of our partners, we work through them. And standing right beside me, we have our very good partners. They tell us what they do, what they're all about, and how all those things they have, all the solutions that they have in store for us, tie into the cybersecurity. So please tell us your name and you can introduce your team.
Right. My name is from NetOut. I'm with a partner here, Tech Minds. Yes. To be together with the Tech Minds.
Okay. So Cyrus, the team as
yeah. So recent. Yeah.
Okay, hi, my name is Nico from Tech Minds. We are a partner of both Safaricom and NetScout. We're happy to be here today.
My name is Bessie from Tech Minds. Happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Enoch Nyamongo from Tech Minds. I'm glad to be here. Yes.
Thank you guys for being here. So Cyrus, maybe you can just tell us a little bit about what you do and what NetScout is all about.
So yeah, so NetScout, we are an American cybersecurity company. So, and we've been a partner and a customer. Safaricom has been our customer for many years. So protecting their network, keeping their network safe, giving that visibility against what we call attacks. And therefore now, maybe from 4 years ago, Safaricom are at a place where they now, what they were consuming, they needed to take to their customers. And we are the partners now who we work together with Safaricom anti-DDoS piece. So if you have a customer of Safaricom, the business side, you consume their internet services. Chances are they are by default, they are protecting you. And if you'd like now something very tailor-made for you, that will be now us. We are the people behind that technology. We enable that technology.
Correct.
Yeah.
Engine behind it. So I know there are a lot of small business owners in the room and in the audience who probably are trying to ask DDoS and what is DDoS becoming it's like the new threat landscape in the industry.
So thank you for that. So DDoS, what it means is distributed denial of service. So basically, if you look at what that now talks to is the availability of the services that these businesses are trying to offer in the digital space, in the connected world. And therefore now, once say a portal is not reachable, you know, your customer, you know, will be, and your business model will be crippled. It's an opportunity that you've lost of making money. Your brand will be tarnished. You know, someone would want to make a statement and, you know, and to take credit, to take credit for that event. And you can imagine now in the connected world of these days where we are running unstoppable businesses. Your business cannot stop. It must be forever be.
Always have to be on.
You have to be on. As soon as you know you have digital services, at no point can they be, you know, can they stop? You know, we are yearning for that 5 fives, if not even more. And therefore, that's what we do with Safaricom. If you look at now Safaricom, they're in connectivity business. So they connect businesses, small, you know, whichever type of business. And what now Safaricom, first and foremost, they protect themselves against this attack because the adversaries out there who just want to take Safaricom down, and you can imagine what that would mean, you know. So now again, that extends now even to you say they would like now to also have something to even see how their internet pipe looks like, what traffic is coming in, is it good traffic, is bad traffic. That's what we do, and we're working together with Safaricom and our partners.
I like that. I like that. So I know because you're one of our suppliers. Maybe what did we do so that we prevent the next attack?
So, and it's true, from July last year, there were big attacks from this group called Sudan Anonymous. And by the two, I think the two young men who are enabling it, they've now been convicted. And they've actually now were part of the team that, or the company that was helping then for law enforcement to follow them up, and I think they've been extradited to the US. But basically, if you look at now, what was being targeted was e-citizen services, because it happens to be hosted by Safaricom. And you can ask me, you hit e-citizen services, you know, you basically hold government services. And basically, we we were there, and initially there were, say, gaps we did not understand quite, and our process wasn't right. As we figured out what would happen. You can't just have, infinite capacity on premise. Just be that's what now saved actually the day. And now today, towards the end of August, the attacks were actually escalating. But by that time, we understood what was happening. Our defenses were okay. Our cloud strategy for Safaricom and working with us was fine, and we were able to hold out. And at some point, they just, I think, gave up and moved on to whoever now else they could target.
I get you. So at the end of the day, what we are saying, threats, they can happen to any sort of business, because it doesn't matter how big, how small, how many, it can happen at anyone. That means your customers, your partners, your suppliers will not be able to access any of. So that means you need to safeguard. What that means is through Safaricom with the partnership of NetScout, we shall be able to protect connectivity, right? And you need about so on here, Cyrus, and I'm trying to really connect the cybersecurity. All about tech. Maybe you can put some wisdom into it. What are we looking at? And you can show the audience. Let's hold it up so that guys.
As a NetScout, we believe in the power of the packets. Okay. The traffic that actually flows. Any data that our audience watching us, those are the packets. And now, as you can see, there will be now what we'll actually do. As you can see there, you will have the key there where we're innovating the data, the use cases, and now maybe Safaricom might not be consuming not all of them, all of this, but now if you look at now, even precisely what we do is actually now on the DDoS pillar. Yeah. That's where we like to now, just focus on for all right. Yes. Yeah. So if you look at now, Safaricom will be a mobile provider there. You can actually see Wi-Fi services. Yes. We'll capture that, 5G services, and these are all domains that will be, for any technology company, especially a service provider like Safaricom, we focus. And that's where now a company like ourselves who focus on the packet. Yeah, that's our strength, and that's the value we actually bring to the. And for us now to humanize this in format, going back to high school, we try to put it in a periodic table there, so that at least to create some interest, and to be unique and to tell that story. Yeah, yeah.
Definitely. I think you've created a lot of interest. I even forgot it was called a periodic table. That's how much trauma that I had from my chemistry class. But all the same, as we unwind, I'm just trying to think of, and the conversations have been very enlightening in the room. A lot of businesses now want to digitize. They want to push digital transformation. What is your professional opinion in terms of small business? Where do I start? Maybe there's somebody there who's trying to understand, okay, cybersecurity is so huge. Where do I start as a small owner?
So that's it. When you're a small business owner, there's that balance of being available in the digital space because of all you expose our world. And that's journey. For their own network, if you look at now companies and the conversation that they've then at a different absolutely focus key experts, the likes of Safaricom, and they can take away this pain and exposing yourself in the
guys, how are you doing? We are back at the Safaricom Business Cybersecurity Summit, where we are with our partners today. They have been showcasing their solutions. They've been telling us why we need to stay vigilant in this industry and at these times of cybersecurity. Let me tell you guys, if you were not here online, there's a lot you have missed, but worry not. Our partners right now will be telling us a tidbit of what exactly can we do to ensure that we protect our businesses, we defend our businesses, what are the emerging trends, what are we seeing, and how are all that related to Safaricom business? Like, as you all know, guys, collaboration is very important for our business. And in as much as we would love to protect each and every person and every business in this country and in Africa, we cannot do it alone. So collaboration is key. Therefore, as you can see on my left, I have amazing partners right here with me. So they will be introducing themselves and telling us a little bit of what they do and how cybersecurity is an integral bit in the industry. So Cyrus, karibu.
Excellent. So my name is Cyrus Ngaruya from NetScout. So I'm a sales consulting engineer. I'm with my partners here, TechMinds, whom we work together with Safaricom to deliver value to our customers. So they could also introduce themselves, yeah? All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Biko from TechMinds. We are a partner of both Safaricom and NetScout, and we play a huge role in this cybersecurity summit. Welcome and thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bessie Curry from TechMinds Technologies, partner to Safaricom and NetScout. Happy to be here for the Cybersecurity Summit.
Hi, my name is Enoch Isoe. I'm glad to be here as TechMinds. We really appreciate for this opportunity. Thank you.
So maybe Cyrus, you can draw the picture for us. What exactly NetScout does when it comes to cybersecurity and technology, for that matter.
NetScout, we are the market leader in the cyberspace, specifically the anti-DDoS space. So distributed denial of service, that's what we help companies defend against those DDoS attacks. So of course, we start with visibility, so we give customers like Safaricom that visibility, because you cannot protect what you can't see. That's where it all starts. And then again, what they don't like to, passing through their network, we defend against that. So we've been fortunate enough to be in Safaricom network since, say, 2013, and I think we've done a good job. And about, say, 4 years ago, Safaricom decided now to take things to the next level because they've been consuming our services, defending their network. So the same services, that's what now they extend to their customer as a managed DDoS service. Yes. Yeah.
So maybe, Cyrus, for purposes of our audience, and probably there's a small business owner, there's an entrepreneur watching this right now, asking themselves, what is a DDoS attack? And why is it significantly becoming the hot topic of the day?
Right. So DDoS, as the word suggests, distributed denial of service. So distributed coming from all these places on the network in the connected world, because as soon as you expose yourself in the internet, everyone basically should be able to reach you. And therefore now, if you look at now, denial of service talks about availability of these services. So as soon as now, whichever service that you've exposed out there on the internet, it could be a portal, I don't know, any of those digital, an app or something like that, So yeah, for one reason or another, which we probably don't have time to get into, some people will just actually want to make those services unavailable. So now the antidote of that. So we stop actually providing visibility and we'll stop those DDoS attacks and just protect those services from now becoming unavailable.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so this is an attack that literally prohibits you as a business to offer services to your customers, to your members out there. So I'm just thinking, in your professional opinion, and maybe from the experience, because I'm sure you cover a lot of customers and a lot of businesses out there, how much money is actually lost if you really quantify the DDoS attacks? Yes, so if a business right now doesn't have the layer, from your experience and maybe what you've seen in the market.
That's an interesting question. So I will probably go back to, if you look at, say, e-citizen services, the ones almost all Kenyans consume. So I think the report from Treasury, they talk about They collected 197 billion last year, last FY year. So, and we'll probably talk about that when we had DDoS attacks. So you can actually quantify what that means, say, per day, per hour, you are not available. So now if you say e-citizen, for example, if you look at that case, say 197 billion. So if you divide that by, say, 365 days, you'd probably loosely translate that to maybe, I don't know, maybe 500 million a day or something like that. And you can work backwards and see. So you can actually see now, you start to see the opportunity cost, and that's the direct cost of, say, the opportunity to make money has just vanished. Now you can imagine also the credibility, you know, the fines, the explanation that you have to do, the customer now, confidence, trust that they have, okay, does this service actually work? Has it been hacked? So there are all these dimensions of the cost that you actually pay in case of a DDoS attack. Yeah.
Exactly. And you've said something very important. Once you lose the trust, the confidence, that you can't even quantify that. And that is why it's very important that as a business owner, you start thinking about over and above the infrastructure that you have. I'm sure you have connectivity in your business. So the next layer of protection is all about DDoS, the anti-DDoS protection layer, so that then you can be able to proactively monitor, proactively ensure that your business cannot be able to, you know, have all these distributed attacks coming in, right? And you're preventing the fraudulent attacks checking in into your business. So Cyrus, I want to thank you so much. But before I go, I'm just thinking about even the conversations we've had earlier this morning. Businesses right now are really pushing for digitization, right? So for a small business owner, yeah, and they're thinking about how can they grow, yeah, to the next level, grow faster in their business. What do you think you can, how can you advise them, right? Especially when it comes to cybersecurity. What's the first line of defense? So we've done DDoS, but before then, do you feel there's another layer they can do?
Of course, security is in layers. We talk about security in depth. You know, there's no single, say, solution that it's a silver bullet that can solve all these problems. And as soon as you look at that, it becomes very complicated very quickly and very expensive. And therefore now, when as a small business owner, that's why I would think, you know, you have partners like Safaricom who understand this even in their own environment. They've solved that problem for many years. And they're at a point where now they are like, you know, we can actually, whatever we actually ourselves consume, they can actually extend this now to their customers. So I would actually encourage these business owners to talk to your Safaricom business partner. And I'm sure Safaricom, whichever, email, connectivity, I don't know, hosting services, you know, secure LAN, secure WAN services, you know, co-location services. I know Safaricom is very big in that. I think I would just encourage you, you know, just work with Safaricom. And Safaricom, trust me, they pick the best. You know, as you can see now, having been our technology being Safaricom for all these years, I don't think we've done a good bad job. And therefore now, you know, you can imagine that synergy. We're extending that to our customers. I would encourage them, let them lean in on Safaricom for, you know, to have a piece of this, you know, good technology.
Exactly. Guys, you heard it from our partner. Lean in on Safaricom. Allow us to actually consult with you, ensure that you grow your business efficiently, sustainably, and to the levels that you guys want to do. As you've also heard, Cyrus, and I like the piece you've just said, security is in-depth. Right? It's not about having everything at the same time. It is kidogo kidogo, right? You start from one layer, then you go to the next as you continue to grow your business. So thank you so much. Of course, we value our partnership and enjoy the rest of the day, right? Okay, guys, so we've heard from NetScout, one of our amazing partners who are at Radisson Blu right now. We have a 2-day event, as you guys have heard. We are the Cybersecurity Summit, where we are really diving in on the cybersecurity, what is happening in the trends, what are the emerging trends, the attack trends. And it's basically cybersecurity in action. And we have experts who've been lining up throughout the day. And right now, we're just taking you guys through a virtual tour of our partners. So right now, I want to head over to Cisco. And I can see an amazing young team who are here with us. So you can just start us off. Let us know your name and what you do.
Warm greetings, everyone. Our name is Cisco. We stand here for Cisco. My name is Shane, and I am the country manager. Right. So basically, at Cisco, we offer industry-leading technology innovations, right? And these would speak to three key areas. One is around network modernization. Secondly is data and AI, right? And thirdly, of course, securely ensuring that these solutions speak to each other, right? So security solutions as well, right? When we're talking around network modernization, this expands not just into the LAN and the WAN, or just not the network, but it is around the data center, it is around the hybrid working area, the collaboration piece, it is around IoT, and the most important part is also around how we do it, keeping sustainability in mind, right? Now, coming to cyber resilience, this is a collective effort. It is a collective responsibility for all of us, right? And to that point, right, I think first we have to be very clear-minded around the challenges that hyperconnectivity and AI bring to us, right? So at that point, I'll perhaps hand over to sharing a little bit more details on some of the solutions we offer to address this area and what it is that we're doing in Kenya and beyond across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Charles. I'm a solutions engineer at Cisco. Very excited to be at this summit discussing cybersecurity because it's very key for all businesses, from large enterprises to small businesses. And as we talk about cybersecurity, Cisco stands out as the only organization that is able to provide security end-to-end for all our customers. We're talking security from the endpoint, security into the campus, security into the data center, and even as you start migrating into the cloud, Cisco is still there to provide security. Our country manager has just talked about AI, and AI is this big buzzword that everybody is talking about. And while AI brings a lot of opportunities, it also presents some challenges that we need to be prepared to tackle them. For example, how do we protect ourselves and our data from AI? How do we ensure that people are utilizing AI in a responsible manner? And Cisco is very prepared to support in that area with, through our solutions and also through our advisory services. When we talk about AI, we know that data is the fuel for AI. And Cisco is very well positioned in this. We have data that we are collecting from billions of endpoints and from security solutions. And even recently with Splunk, now we are processing over 4 petabytes of data. And so we are prepared to help and support our customers across the whole AI journey.
Want to walk in here so that I also feel cozy, because you've actually touched on some topics and interesting topics that were actually even guys were mentioning throughout the session in the morning. Data privacy, is it dead? And I remember one of the questions that was asked, and maybe I could ask you on my left, can I? If just your opinion as you tell us your name, is data privacy dead? And why is it so important for our audience today to have it fulfilled within their business?
Hello, my name is Chris Larby. I am the Meraki portfolio specialist. I cover the whole of Africa. I think it's a very powerful question. Why is data so important for every business? As you can imagine, if someone was to walk into your home when you're not there and then take everything from you, we'll call it theft, robbery. Same thing in technology and cyberspace. You need to be able to protect your data, right? So in the Meraki portfolio, which is part of Cisco, it's the cloud platform, which allows you to do scalability and visibility from anywhere in the world via the cloud. And the reason why data is so important is because it's saying that security is now the new fat celebrity, right? And what does that mean? Is that everyone's able to access details about you on your cookies, what you're going through, what you're looking at. You might even have a conversation, and then for some reason it comes up on your social media. You need to be able to protect what's important to the business, and if you're not protecting your data, it means you're not protecting your employees, right? So that's what I would say regarding that matter.
So maybe to ask then, what is that one piece of advice you can tell us as a user? Because we are always, I think every time I go onto a website, I try and save passwords, right? Because I'm always like, I have like 10 10 different passwords for 10 different websites. So what can you tell us? How can we protect our data so that we don't run the risk of, being frauded and all that?
Of course. Yeah. Do you want to answer that one? Yeah, I can take that. All right. My name is Kimani Kamau, and I'm a technical consulting engineer at Cisco's Country Digital Acceleration Department. And to answer your question on best practices, right, I feel that, okay, we've all gone through the trainings, about phishing, about you shouldn't click this, you shouldn't click that. And we talked about it during the Cloudflare session. And I think in terms of best practices, again, I would say, of course, practice what, you see online, what you read, that, don't click this link, get an antivirus. But I feel, like it was mentioned behind the scenes, we should be able to have tools that can take care of it, behind the scenes. And that's what Cisco does, right? And since we've been in networking for a while, when it comes to security, we also take care of that. We also take care of it for you as well. On this wonderful screen right here, we have something that's called the security reference architecture. These are 31 plus security solutions that we have, right? All right, there we go. Bit of some technical difficulties, but there we go. So we have 31 plus security solutions, and it covers everything, from your data center to your network, whether it's on premises, whether it's on the cloud, whether you use remote work, even IoT as well, an emerging technology that, we've recently learnt about in the public space and to the user, and we map all that out. And we have an organization internally called Talos that takes care of that behind the scenes. Talos analyzes, on average, 5 billion pieces of malware per day, malware being malicious software, and such that in case there's any, attack that happens on one of our devices, they push it to you behind the scenes. So to answer your question, we follow the best practices, but having tools that can be able to protect you behind the scenes also plays a pivotal role, because coming from a security background, it's not all the time when, you're always cautious, because the attackers have new ways of, putting things out there and you attacking, and you can never be ready. But if you have a tool that you can rely on, that can take care of things behind the scenes and warn you, even if you didn't, know about it, then things should be, good, and things will be better. Yeah, thank you.
I've seen something on the screen, zero trust. Maybe in layman's language, what does that mean? And how do we put it into practice?
All right. So to answer your question on zero trust, there's a saying in the cybersecurity space that you should trust no one and you should fear everyone. All right. That's what, like the digitally paranoid on a light note. But to answer your question on zero trust was or is derived from an organization called NIST. It's an organization that most of our cybersecurity policies come from. Now, NIST published the terminology zero trust under special publication 800-201. And simply put, it talks about protection in every surface that you have in your network, Just like the way in the military they say, if you want to protect something, you have to protect it from every single perspective. That's what zero trust is about. And when you see this diagram, it has a blue border that covers everything for you. So the zero trust philosophy is that every single thing is protected. Your data center, your network, the cloud, the user. And simply put, that's zero trust. So it can have a less attack surface and make the job of the attackers even harder. Yeah.
So I know a lot of businesses and a lot of guys know how to protect, their perimeter, their infrastructure, their assets. But when it comes to the people, the users themselves, I feel like that's, and we always say human firewall, humans are the most susceptible, yes, exactly, they're the weakest point, right? So my question is, how would you advise businesses today to start protecting and ensuring, putting safeguards in place for the users, for their staff in the business? Anyone can take this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let me take it. I think one of the main things that business users or business owners can do is, first of all, to evaluate their business and see what is critical for them. If they have an application, for example, how do these users access that application? And then trace each and every connectivity or each and every access layer and then put a security mechanism into it. And that's where now, as he was saying, technology comes in. Having a partner like Cisco that can give you that protection across every layer becomes very important. But also, as you said, the human being, beyond technology, you could have all the best technology out there, but if your users are not educated on matters cybersecurity, then they're just going to click on that link. They're just going to accept that iPhone 16 that they have just won and it's popping up on their screen. And therefore, it's very important for this education to be passed across. And I think, again, that's another area that Cisco is also playing. Like right now, there's a cybersecurity center that has been set up in the University of Nairobi, Chiromo. And the whole purpose for that center is to just pass this knowledge into the community at large. So forgetting about business for a moment, just to ensure that businesses have this knowledge. What is cybersecurity and how can they protect themselves? How can they prepare for these attacks that may come?
So it's important to look at, and you're right, the user is probably the weakest link in all of this security framework. Yeah. So as Charles is saying, even us at Cisco, who are a security company, we constantly go through a lot of training. But beyond the training, we also go through tests where someone sends you an email and see how many people will click on this. And when you click on it, then you're directly taken to a training module where you're told, hey, you shouldn't click on this. And these are some of the things that you need to look out for when some email is looking suspicious. So something we haven't mentioned, we believe security, and we've said this in a lot of our forums, is that security is a fundamental human right. And therefore, it's important for us to make sure that it's there every time. And for us, security is not an afterthought. When we design our solution, we design it as security as part of the design. Yep. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I just wanted to add on the human aspect, right? By default, we are social beings, right? And so it's just automatic to want to respond or whatever, right? Now, just as much as human is perhaps the weakest link in this, also our strongest asset, right? So I should not have to worry, how am I going to get that glass of water in a metal cup or a rubber cup or whatever it is, or what the pipe is behind that. It should just work for whatever application I'm getting to, or in this case, cold water, hot water, whatever it is, like, right? But how I do it, it goes through my behavior. But the back end needs to figure out, and I think this is what the teams were talking about, around the tools that we have to support and protect the platform the network rides on.
Actually, I think I'll take that quote. We are the weakest link, but also the strongest asset. I'll take that as well. But as we conclude, Shane, maybe you can let us know then, how has our partnership been? And then moving forward, what can the businesses get from the Safaricom and Cisco partnership?
Thank you for sharing the question, but I'm actually going to give it to Jumbe because he's done a lot of work with Safaricom in our partnership, right? So there we go.
Yeah, so that's really interesting, right? How do we bring these solutions to market? So in my past life, I used to be what we call a partner account manager. I was actually responsible for Safaricom, making sure that we bring a solution that we used to call hosted collaboration to market. Remember that solution, right? So, and we wouldn't do that without a partner like Safaricom. You recently celebrated your 24 years in business in this country, and the most interesting bit is that we've been partners for the last 20 of those 24 years. So it's been an amazing journey, other than just you being, other than Safaricom being a user of Cisco technology. It's also how we go to market. 95% of our business goes through partners. And there isn't a partner like Safaricom that has a reach that we need to be able to reach our customers like Safaricom does. And just sticking on the part of security, we have shared values as far as security is concerned. We see a lot of changes in terms of the solutions that you're putting out there, making sure that we don't only rely on passwords to identify people, but there's Face ID as well. So, and there's AI applied to that as well. So with those shared values, we're able to go to market with the same solutions that make our customers more secure.
Alrighty, guys. Oh, one last thing.
Yeah. So I know we've really talked a lot about security, zero trust, and just like the mantra I mentioned earlier, for, the digitally paranoid, we have a mantra at Cisco for security as well, right? Which is right here. If it's connected, you're protected. Exactly.
I love it, guys. Thank you so much. And that is what the Safaricom and Cisco partnership can do for you, protecting not just your systems, your infrastructure, your networks. It will also protect your people. As you have heard, humans are the weakest link, but also the strongest asset. So we really need to stay vigilant to ensure that we protect and we defend our businesses. All right, we're still continuing. Like I said, collaboration is a huge part of our pillar and of the spirit of Safaricom. So I'm here with the guys from Trend, and they'll let us know who they are and what they do.
My name is Mehmet. I'm working for Trend Micro for 12 years. So recently leading the Middle East, Mediterranean and Africa managed service provider business. That's one of the reasons I come here to support Safaricom event. So we have a great panel tomorrow. We'll be discussing about the future of cybersecurity. And I have colleagues here. So they are going to introduce themselves. So our structure is first, everyone is going to introduce themselves. Then we are going to give information about who is Trend Micro, what we are doing, what makes Trend Micro unique. Okay. Then I go back to myself, and then we are going to talk about the partnership with Safaricom and Trend Micro.
No problem. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joyce Amundi. I'm the regional account manager for Trend Micro. I handle customers' relationships across East Africa.
Right. My name is Roger Squech. I'm the sales engineer for Trend Micro Africa Cluster. So also handling customers across the continent and, of course, from a technical perspective. So pleasure to have you all.
Yeah. So Trend Micro is a cybersecurity organization. We were founded 35 years ago. Initially we were founded, our founders were in the US, and then 10 years ago they moved, 10 years after they moved to Japan. So we are actually a Japanese led organization headquartered in Tokyo, Japan. We are listed in the Tokyo Stock Exchange. And one thing about Trend Micro, ever since we went public, we've been profitable year on year. From a resource point of view, we are about 7,000 passionate employees spread across 65 countries. We also have customers, over 500,000 commercial customers around the globe. Currently, probably in the about 150 countries. Yeah, out of those 500, they are also including 9 of the top 10 Fortune 500 customers are actually customers with Trend Micro. So yeah, that's what we do best. We actually make the world a safer place to enable customers or even individuals exchange digital information.
Thank you very much. And so I think now you can also now let us know what are the solutions that you have on the table and how do they come to life?
Awesome, very good question. And given today's theme for the event, secure innovation and unstoppable growth, one key thing that then comes in is resiliency. And I think that's what we've talked about the whole day, being resilient. And when it comes to resiliency, we really believe that managing cyber risk is an integral part for any given business. And to be able to do that, you need to look at what areas, what are the gaps that you have within the environment that may expose either the organization, that may expose data, personally identifiable information, and the rest. And when it comes to solutions then, to answer your question, we're looking at securing customers from an email perspective, securing customers from an endpoint perspective, from their server perspective, whether it's sitting on-prem or sitting in the cloud, from a network perspective as well. And I know there's so many people who are doing network security solutions. And by and large, that is still the biggest blind spot for any given organization. So from what we are looking at then giving customers one single platform strategy to be able to manage their cyber risk, for their enterprise. And when you talk about managing that cyber risk, it also means that you need to be able to communicate risk effectively to the various personas within the organization. How you communicate risk to the SOC engineers would be different as opposed to communicating risk to to the CFO or the CX level, and of course to the board. And then of course lastly is always mitigating that risk. So it's not enough to just know about your attack surface, but also be able to communicate and be able to communicate and mitigate. Yeah.
As you were talking, I was just thinking about what I'm seeing in the industry right now. Cybersecurity has been left for just the SOC, the IT guys, the risk people. And yet, to be cyber resilient, it's an effort for each and every person in the organization. So what can you advise us, or even the audience right now, how can you advise them to ensure that everybody has a role to play? Whether you're the cleaner, for example, up to whatever level you're sitting in, it's not just the tech team job to ensure that you're cyber resilient. It's everybody's job.
Sure. I mean, for any given organization, there are three things involved, right? So we've got technology, which most organizations have invested in. And then you've got the processes. So you've got the process, how do we handle certain aspects of our environment and the rest. And then you've got the people. Now, remember, when it comes to processes, we can always tweak processes. We can always change policy, right? When it comes to technology, we can change technology. We can change settings within a certain technology stack. But then when it comes to people, there's something called Patch Tuesdays, where we apply certain software changes into applications that we're using so that we can fix certain bugs. You cannot fix bugs in human beings. But what we then do is what we call user awareness training. So we need to make our users to be aware. During the keynote speech today, someone spoke about phishing. And phishing, by and large, is still the largest source of threats into any given organization. And the reason that happens, because users are not well trained on how to identify phishing attempts within the organization. Yeah.
I like that. And as you tell us now the story of the partnership between us and you, maybe you can just explain it in a very simple language. What is a fish? What is phishing? Yeah.
Phishing.
Yes, what is phishing?
Yeah.
And I'm asking because there are probably some customers who are asking themselves, if phishing is the largest threat, attack threat, what is that, and how can I be able to prevent myself from being a clickbait?
I mean, so for sure, the phishing is designed for identity, to steal the identity, right? So there are, unfortunately, phishing is becoming more and more popular. Maybe like 2 years ago, we said that, okay, phishing is like kind of fading away. Yeah. And then with the AI, it comes back because now the people is not doing phishing attacks. Hackers and lamers, they don't write any bad software. So instead, with the help of the ChatGPT and the derivatives of the AI software, so the AI is creating these phishing campaigns and sending to millions of people in a couple of minutes. So since it becomes so easier, phishing's used to be more targeted. Now it's well spread. So that's probably the history and the today of the phishing stuff. But the objective is the fact that objective is to take the identity of the either consumers or the corporates, regardless of where they are targeting. So when we come to the partnership with Safaricom, I think we started like 1 year ago, maybe a bit more, right, guys? So it's a tremendous job done, too much effort on Safaricom side, on our side, plus our distributor Westcom, they had a lot of effort as well. So all these teams, they got together, and our objective is change the market. We don't, the buy and sell as a sales model is dying. So what we are doing over here is going to be a start point. We will invest a lot on that. I'll give you more details. So we are offering managed services. The main reason is the managed services is becoming more and more important is because there are two fundamental reasons behind it. The first reason is the lack of human resource. So Safaricom, Trend Micro can sell millions of dollars of, one single opportunity to one customer. But the problem is how the end customer is going to leverage, and they get the value from this solution, right? So unfortunately, because of the end customers, including our business partners, lack of resource and lack of expertise, cybersecurity expertise. Cybersecurity is niche. Let's accept this. So, and we have really tremendous, we are having a lot of problem for the expertise too. So together with the managed services, we are trying to minimize this problem. Safaricom experts, Trend Micro experts, they get together and they let the end customers 100% efficiently use the softwares, use Trend Micro cybersecurity analytics, AI, security operations center, and etc. So that's our objective. We don't want to sell a license. So our objective is not to sell a license, to 100% let the end customer, to use it efficiently. Plus, we are going to start with the endpoint security and email security together. So we will secure mailboxes, regardless of the mailbox is on-prem or on the Microsoft or on the G Suite, doesn't matter. We are securing all mailboxes. But the next step is we are going to implement our SOCAS. So then we are going to do MDR service very soon. Plus, we will be, just like my friend mentioned, we will be scaling the attack surface and each customer cybersecurity risk score. It's coming. SOAR is coming. Digital forensic is coming. This is in the roadmap. And there are a lot of enhancements that we will be updating the market together with Safaricom. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A lot of goodies in the bag between Safaricom and Trend Micro. And I want to thank the team so much for giving us even that insightful session, especially on being cyber resilient. And if you need to protect your email, you need to protect your perimeter, your network, you can be able to do all this through Safaricom and Trend Micro, and as well as the rest of the partners in the house. So I'm still taking a walk. Like I said, we are live at Radisson Blu for the Safaricom Business Cybersecurity Summit. We always thrive with partners, and as well I can see one of our partners here looking all sharp. Imran, who doesn't know you? Do you even need to introduce yourself? So as he checks in, he needs to tell us who he is and what he does and what he has in store for us. Asante.
Thank you so much. That's a warm welcome. My name is Imran Chaudhry. I'm the country manager for Fortinet East Africa. We're responsible for driving security discussions with customers across all 9 countries within the East Africa region.
Thank you so much. And Imran, you really did an interesting piece on fortifying, right, our businesses and how it's very important for us to stay vigilant. And I was asking one of our guys on zero trust. Why is it important for us to employ that strategy right now?
Thank you. So zero trust has now come into the cyber world, primarily because we now have a huge number of attack surfaces, and it's becoming very difficult for IT and the security teams to manage what we're doing. The problem today is we have devices, we have users, we have applications in the cloud, we've got primary center, data center, secondary data center, and all of that now needs to be locked down seamlessly, and zero trust has come in to do that for us.
So over and above zero trust, I know Fortinet has a lot of solutions. Even through Safaricom, you can get a lot of solutions through our partnership. So you can probably just give us a highlight of what we have between ourselves.
Thank you. I always like to talk about Safaricom. It's one of the most interesting stories I have. So we started almost 5 years ago, and they were in their early days. They were just starting to get into enterprise business. And
And they've grown leaps and bounds, and I'm really proud of you guys. It's gotten to a point where you're one of the stronger players in the market. Customers appreciate your salespeople, appreciate your technology people. They see you as a trusted advisor, and I think you are one of our advanced expert partners, and I think we look forward to you being one of our key expert partners within East Africa.
Asante sana, Imran. Thank you so much. I can see your team is, trying to close deals here. But Asante sana, I think I want to move over. As you've heard, we are one of their trusted partners, and we have worked for so long. And because of that, we are able to showcase so many solutions, offer you some amazing cybersecurity deals. So right now, we're going to go on a break for only 3 minutes, so please stick around. We are at the Cybersecurity Summit 2024 at Radisson Blu, so do not touch that dial. We'll be coming right back. Asante.
to pass my votes, my regards to the other teams, especially those who have been involved on this, making this event, putting things together to make sure that this event, of course, has been successful as it has been. Thank you so much. We appreciate your feedback, you guys. You know what to do. You have learned a lot today. So please go and implement what you have learned today. Or if not implement, pass the message or the information to someone else who could not attend. Thank you. Over to you, Ian.
Thank you for that, Henry Muturi. Please, let's appreciate him with a round of applause. He leads the BFSI team, and we appreciate your leadership. As Mr. Muturi has rightfully said, that definitely let us go out there and implement what we have learned as we continue cascading and passing this message forward. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We, first of all, finally just appreciate you, and also we want to notify you that we have a small token of appreciation to our guests as they walk out. I believe that will be given right there at the registration desk, and also the hospitality team has informed me that there's still a cup of tea here and refreshments. Please, even before you leave, make sure that you can engage our sponsors. I can see they're still around. Cloudflare is here, Safaricom, I know Cisco around, Trend Micro probably have stepped out, but Fortinet, please still have a conversation with them. Let's engage, and then let's continue scaling up together, because collaboration is the true north. Thank you, and as we say in Swahili, asante sana. Have a fantastic evening. Keep safe. Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. We are live at Radisson Blue for the Safaricom Business Cybersecurity Summit 2024. I've been taking you guys through the virtual tour of our partners who are right here at Radisson. Like I said, one of our pillars of Safaricom and the spirit of Safaricom is all about collaboration. We would love to take care of you and also protect each and every Kenyan and African. But unfortunately, we can't do it alone. We are doing it through our partners. So right here, I do have Cloudflare in the room, and they'll be telling us a little bit about what they do. Karibu.
Karibu indeed. Good afternoon, everyone from the live stream. I think the key word to start the conversation is collaboration. Cloudflare has a broad set of cybersecurity services, but what we lack is a local distribution network that is trusted by the industry. And that collaboration with Safaricom is not something that we take lightly. You know, years in the making to get to this point. Really the objective was simple: democratizing cybersecurity so that it's not only reserved for the major players. Everyone should be able to protect their business from threats online. Everyone should look at their employees and say, I'm confident that the way they're connecting to my resources is secure. And that problem has always been something that when we've looked at the market, who can we connect with? Who's connected with MSMEs? And after a lot of review, it was simple. Safaricom was the answer. So maybe just to make one small summary of the services, whether you want to protect your websites, your networks, or your employees, speak to Safaricom Business and get to understand how Cloudflare has partnered with them on building a rocket ship for Kenya.
I love it, and thank you so much. And I just want to touch on what you've just noted, or rather spoken about MSMEs. And I feel like this is an industry or a segment that is highly, forgotten, so to speak. So most of the solutions you see are either for the large enterprises, the governments and the NGOs, so to speak. So why is this market so important? And how did you go about, attracting this segment?
Look, you're the next generation. Just because everyone starts from humble beginnings, I think the idea that just because you're small today doesn't mean you shouldn't have a partner that you can grow with. The smallest enterprises will use Safaricom all the way through to being industry leaders. And Cloudflare wants to be part of that journey. I think a big point of it, and this is where I hope all of you are excited, is we've worked with Safaricom to understand how you want to buy, pricing that makes sense for you, a way of purchasing that feels safe for you. So when we talk about Cloudflare in Kenya, I think, well, my new office is Safaricom. Cloudflare is now homed with Safaricom, and the innovation that is coming out of East Africa is something that we want to be a part of. So we couldn't be more excited. Get in touch. Safaricom Business is ready for business.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. And I realize you never told guys what's your name, so I don't know.
My name is Graham. I'm part of the commercial team here at Cloudflare, and I look after Safaricom's interests. So if you have any questions about building a better internet, Safaricom Business, or you just want to make a better version of your own business, get in touch, and we're excited to see you all.
Right. Thank you so much, Graham, for your time and for that explanation, and also for letting us know what our partnership is actually doing for you. So it's regardless of what type of business you are, how big, how small, we have the solutions for you. So check in with us. We are your partner of choice. We can definitely consult with you. Regardless of where you are, we can come to you, come over. Let's have a conversation on how we can protect your internet, protect your environment, infrastructure, network, and your people. Like we had said earlier on, the humans are unfortunately the weakest link, but also they are the strongest assets. So we really need to stay vigilant when it comes to cybersecurity. So thank you so much. I'm sure I'll be seeing you around. Now, last and before least, we have our booth, which is the Safaricom Business. And I want to say, when it comes to cybersecurity, and as well as you as a business, we are we rely heavily upon growing new. So we look at ways, how can we grow efficiently? How can we ensure that you grow sustainably, grow faster, ensure that you're always on, always secure? That is our business, and that is why we are here today. And that's why we had this Safaricom Cybersecurity Summit. We are always having this summit every year because we realize it's so, so, so important for us to continue preaching the gospel of staying vigilant. Like I said before, you cannot do it alone. We can't do it alone. We can protect everyone at the same time. That's why we work a lot with with collaborators and with the partners that I have taken you guys through. And at the end of the day, we want to ensure that you're always on, always secure. You can always ensure that your customers have the best experience. So I will not belabor, right? I know I am joined here, and he'll be letting us know exactly what he does and why cyber is so important for your business. Asante.
Hi, my name is Washington. Hi, my name is Washington. So we are here at the booth to showcase a few items that Safaricom offers. And what we're showcasing today at the summit is phishing. And phishing is mostly affecting most organizations, like most products that you're getting in cybersecurity. The major contributor for you to get to those solutions is phishing. Like phishing can deliver malware to your systems. Phishing can make you be compromised. So tools like antiviruses, tools like email security are the tools that will help us to be able to ensure that our systems are secure. So behind me, when you look at the screen, we're just showing a little bit of what phishing does. We see statistics like 71% of the incidents globally in cybersecurity are caused by phishing. Then 3.4 billion unwanted emails are normally sent to users' inboxes. Then 96% of employees admit not to doing the right thing. Then we look also at 54% of employees ignore security warnings to do the right thing. Then a user transferred over 25 million through AI-based spear phishing attack. So we have a solution that we've been showcasing at the summit, where we just display how this happens in real time and how users can be able to be compromised. So let me just bring it up and we can have a look.
Okay. And as we have a look, Washington, I am really saddened by the statistics, because if you're saying 54% of the employees ignore, right, security warnings. So my question, and I'm wearing a hat as a CEO, what can I do to ensure that my employees actually stay vigilant? Because I think we've had this conversation, guys. Cybersecurity is not a one-man's job. It's not the technical team or the security team within your business. It's not there. It's not just suited for them alone. This conversation, we all need to ensure that we are all vigilant. Everybody has a role to play, right?
So security starts with the, let me say the CEO or the board. It starts with the board. So if the board does not invest correctly in the organization, then the employees will be able to be compromised at the end of the day. You need to have the right tools. You need to have the right people. You need to have the right mindset within the team. How do you achieve that? Through trainings. And then how do you look at the system's resilience? It's very simple. Test those systems. Don't ignore by not putting a budget onto your employees and onto your systems. Just invest a little bit of your capital to test the system to see if they are resilient or not. Through penetration testing, through vulnerability assessments, and even through phishing of these employees, they'll be able to show you how the security posture of your organizations sit. Yes. Yeah.
So I know you're about to show us something, and if you're asking yourself then, are you able to train? Are you able to, how am I able to know that there are gaps within my organization? We actually offer, as Safaricom Business, cybersecurity training, awareness, and all that can be offered to you guys. So please come in, ask us, let's consult with each other, and let us know that you probably need to train your staff whether it's training your board, management, whichever levels that you feel that need the highest training, or even everybody, we can do that. How do you ensure that you test the vulnerabilities within your organization? Safaricom Business has an amazing tool called the Vulnerability Assessment Penetration Testing. This tool can be able to audit right from the people, the processes, the system. We check all the gaps that may exist, and I use may exist within your organization. And thereafter, we give you an assessment report. And that report, ladies and gentlemen, you can use it and share it across with all your partners, your collaborators, even the regulators. You can use that report. So guys, don't suffer in silence. We have the solutions that you need for this to curb and mitigate cybersec. So, Washington, I see you're ready. Cool.
Yeah, so what we have here, this is a GoFish platform, which we use to test our users when they require these services from us. So for now, we do it free of service. When you come, we'll do our infrastructure setup. Then we use GoFish, and then we'll be able to send you a phishing email. So how does a phishing email look? We come here, we'll have the phishing templates, the email templates, sorry, there's an interruption in connection. Yeah, so we'll do a phishing email to you. Then once it comes to your end, then we'll be able to test to see how many users are able to click on those links. When they click on those links, we'll get that data. The moment we get the data, we are able now to give you statistics. Sorry, I think it's being blocked by the Wi-Fi system, which shows it's working actually. What is here is working. It's blocking our tests. So it will be able to give us statistics on who clicked on what. If they enter the password, you are able to see. Then we give you that statistics to show you that either you are vulnerable or you are not vulnerable. Right. Yeah.
Okay. So first and foremost, he has said it is a free of service charge for now. Right? So it's free of service. So you need this sort of experiment so that you can know where are the vulnerabilities. Second thing, so once you have the report of the phishing, what next for the business?
We'll recommend products to you. So we are able to see the issues that you have in your system, the vulnerabilities, and then we'll be able, you need to implement ABCD before the actual attack happens. Because this was a simulated attack, it means when the real attackers arrive, they'll be able to penetrate your system. So we tell you, pick if it's email security, if it's changing of an antivirus, if it's upgrading even your firewalls, and then after that, we test again just to ensure that you are secure. Yeah.
All right. There's a quote I want to say, and it's very cliche. Cybersecurity attack is not about if, it's all about when. So guys, we need to stay vigilant. The solutions are right here. There are some that are actually free of service. Please take advantage of them. Take advantage of us. Come on here. Let us know what exactly you require, and we will actually walk with you on this journey to ensure that you're cyber ready, you stay vigilant, and you're resilient within your organization. Washington, anything else before I move over?
Just to advise customers and the organizations in general that cybersecurity is a core requirement for businesses today. If you don't take care of your systems, if us as the guardians of the systems we are hit, what about you? Take the minimum controls so that you can have that capability just to secure your system and you do not compromise losing money. Remember, either you know if you've been hacked or you don't know if you've been hacked. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Washington, for that wisdom and those gems you've dropped. All right, so I want to move over onto this side. Like I said, Safaricom Business has amazing goodies for you guys, especially when it comes to cybersecurity, ensuring that you're always staying safe, ensuring that you protect yourself, you're defending yourself, whether it's from the mails, from the websites, whatever you have within your business. So I am joined here with one of my colleagues, and he'll be saying about what he does, what he has in store for us, and of course, starting with his name.
Yes, hi. Clifford Obura is my name. I'm a product manager handling, managing cybersecurity services for specifically targeting businesses. Yes.
All right. So when it comes to managed security services, what are we looking at? I know it's a broad area, and I know the audience is asking themselves, okay, managed security, what does that mean?
So traditionally what we look at from a security standpoint is you have businesses looking at solutions that they would typically go to a shop, whether you're talking about things like applications, for instance. You could get them from a shop. You could actually go and also get things like antivirus software and that sort of thing, whether it's firewalls and stuff. So you know who you need to go to get those solutions from. Then you need to now figure out how you're going to have them installed. You'll most likely either get the same person to do the installation or get somebody else to go do the installation for you, somebody who's an expertise. That's the traditional way of doing things. When we start talking about managed security services, is now you're getting all that, including the support, regular, and it is in such a way that it is, you can actually look at how over time that can actually be enhanced, managed, and that sort of thing from one provider. So rather than dealing with with very many providers, you get it from what is known as a managed services provider.
So basically what Cliff is saying, it's a full stack, ideally. So what you're selling is a full stack, inclusive of support, and this is a journey. What I'm also hearing, and one of our guys was saying, cybersecurity is a journey. It's not where you buy everything at the same time, right? So we continue to assess your environment. We check, okay, today you need this, tomorrow we add on up until the day. Are you ever 100% when it comes to cybersec?
Not really. You're only as good as the solutions or the security posture that you have. It's always changing. If you think about your house, also, you might be living in a standalone, or you could be living in an apartment. But with time, you know, the security people come in. You'll change the security. It is always evolving. So you can't set and forget. Threats are happening all the time, and you need a partner who is also going to be able to actually walk you through that journey from starting small, when you start maturing, and as time goes. Yeah.
So I'm seeing some beautiful phones here. Maybe we can have a look. Are you selling these, or what's and I'm just asking myself also as I'm looking at them. And one of our colleagues or our partners was talking about creating a human firewall. And one of the things that we always experience, especially as users, is we don't even have probably even an antivirus. We don't even have a security option within our personal phones or even our company phones. So maybe just tell us, how can we stay vigilant? And maybe the CEOs who are watching right now, how can you advise them so that they even look at the devices we carry? Because these are devices we carry each and every day, in and out of our offices. And that's where the threats probably are seeping in. I could be a walking virus, unfortunately, quote unquote. So what would you say?
Yeah, so you're very right in the sense of we're living in a very connected world right now. We are also using devices. We bring our own devices to work. We install work-related applications on our personal phones. We also do things like accessing social media and that sort of thing. So you have one device that you use as a person, but that device is being used for personal reasons, but it's also being used for work. Now, that presents its own challenges, because when that line becomes very blurred, because first of all, it's my personal phone, right? Now, how do I make sure that the devices that I'm using from a business standpoint are actually used for that purpose? So one of the things that we're trying to bring in is the concept of company-owned, business-only devices. So what you see in front of you here, these are all devices that you can actually get from your shop, any shop. But what we've actually put into these devices is certain restrictions that allow the business or that phone to be used for business purposes only. The concept here is mobile device management. And mobile device management basically ensures that the devices you use are used for the purpose they're intended for as a business. So you have one side, you have the phones themselves, then you also have a management platform. This management platform allows you to remotely manage all these devices from wherever they are once they've been enrolled onto your service. So what you see here, for instance, what we've put here, like you see, they're all devices. I mean, the applications are pretty much similar, but you'll notice one thing if I click on, say, for instance, Play Store here, it will open, but it will immediately close. So what we've done is we've put restrictions on this phone. So this phone cannot access Play Store. Whilst, yes, it shows the app is on there, you cannot use it to download any other applications. You cannot use it to, say, access restricted sites. You cannot, say, for instance, do something like changing. If I come here and try to change the Wi-Fi on here, or switch it off, or turn on the Bluetooth. If I try and turn on the Bluetooth over here, I'm actually not able to. It disconnects. So the restrictions I've put on this is actually on the application, on the management platform. So me as an administrator for all these devices used for businesses, I can actually restrict and manage how this fleet of devices my employees that I've given my employees to use, how they're actually managed out there. So the devices are actually used for what they're intended for.
I like that. I don't think we need to belabor that point though, because at the end of the day, and guys, and this is what I'm saying, Safaricom Business has the solutions to ensure that company data stays at the company. Literally, yeah, that we safeguard your company's data, the resources, because we know more often than not, and we are fallen culprits, even for me, and I must say, that sometimes probably you're sending an email, you forward an email, and you don't know that it's probably a very confidential email that you're not meant to be forwarding to an external partner, right, or an external party. So this solution, and it's called it Mobile Device Management Solution, it ensures that your data is protected within the confines of the company and ensures that people, humans are very, interesting beings at the end of the day, but you just have to ensure that we stay vigilant and protect the data that is meant for the company. Cliff, thank you so much for those words. And as we conclude, guys, you've been with us for more than 7 hours, and I must say a huge, huge shout out to you guys for staying online. We are now closed for today's day one Safaricom Business Cybersecurity Summit. There's another day tomorrow, so maybe you missed some part. So please join us, hang out with us. If you have a peer, if you have a friend whom you know needs to have this conversation, guys, please pull them in. Tomorrow, same time, 8:30 a.m., we'll be going live. We are still at Radisson Blu for the Safaricom Business Cybersecurity Summit. That is all from me. My name is Victoria Wangeshi. It has been an amazing time to give you guys a virtual tour of what's been happening on the ground, as well as showcasing to you guys our collaborators and our partners whom we hold dearly and whom we all collaboratively come together to give you and to ensure that you are cyber ready and you stay cyber resilient. Thank you guys. Have an amazing, amazing evening and a great week ahead. Cheers.